Shenron, you a fake ass motherfucker. What's up, boys? It do be me. Hello, soldier. Oh, my mama, you fake. I'm a little hyper. Alright. Let's just jump into it. Oh, I remember. Freaking, okay. So I was at Walmart today, and I'm like, where did I leave off with Higurashi? And I don't know what it is, but like, just loading it up, I've not even read this text box yet, but it's like, just loading it up, I'm like, I get like a freaking brain blast. Yeah, Keiichi turned crazy, bro. He's morbing out. He about to kill some uncle. Alright. Mion and the others, having to set up for the Watanagashi festival or something, invited me along, but I refused. Of course I did. How could they be taking it easy and setting up for a festival in this situation? Keiichi went through his Ripper arc, basically. Mion had a lot of nerve. So this is interesting, because, like, Keiichi is not this violent, like, normally. Like, I'm telling you, it's got to be the curse. The first thing I did when I got back was take a shower. Not because I wanted to wash off sweat, it was because I wanted to be even calmer. I already understood this, but killing that man would be so very easy. The really hard thing would be not getting arrested for it, so we could get our peaceful days back. Sorry. As I thought about it, I realized it wasn't easy. Japan's police force have the highest arrest rate in the world. Is that true? Well, this game is pretty old, so maybe that's not true anymore. They would need to deceitfully pull off the perfect crime, and it couldn't be a half-hearted attempt. Still, it wasn't 100%. Even the best police force in the world couldn't have a 100% arrest rate. I've read a lot of articles on trials with people brought up on false charges. At court, they consider whether the charges are false or not, but figuring out the real criminal is entirely out of scope. And that meant perfect crimes did exist. In fact, perfect crimes were sort of like works of art. They could even be respected and revered. You just had to look at the inundation of mystery novels everywhere throughout history. They dealt with all sorts of difficult-to-solve incidents involving secret rooms and alibis and stuff. But they all wanted to show one thing. They wanted to show the beauty of a perfect crime. There was something divine in the flawlessness of the word perfect. Yes. Perfect crimes were skills of the gods. And in that sense, the serial freak deaths they were calling the curse of Oyashiro-sama.
Excuse me, Daddy?
Sorry.
Daddy? Sorry.
Is that Golden
Daddy?
or Fuki?
Sorry. Daddy?
That's Fuki.
Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. I'm sorry.
I've memorized it. There's only 2 people that use the blurp sound effects. Hello, Fuki. Hope you're having a good day. I understood they must have been the works of gods. Each one appeared to have been resolved, but they couldn't stop it from happening every year. Ayo! Yeah, skills belonging only to gods. Those are perfect crimes. Oh, and Golden is here. Hey, Golden. God damn it, Golden. And I would be setting up my own crime before Oyashiro-sama's series of perfect crimes 4 years in the running. You called? I was just saying hello. If I were to put it boldly, I was challenging a god. Foolhardiness would be needed to make the decision, but I needed to be calm, cool, colder than ice to put that plan together. Kill him like a flame, but as systematic as ice. Starting now, I need to retain both of those ideas within me. Modeling my crime after a mystery novel wasn't actually a bad thing to focus on. Sometimes, kidnappings involving disturbing original methods that made it into the newspaper were used as a basis for novels after the person was arrested. Stuff like that made it into the news. Day and night, for a very long time, mystery novel authors polished and refined their most fantastic artistic crimes. Imitating that could be a shortcut to planning the perfect crime in a short period of time. Of course, I haven't read enough mystery novels to act all high and mighty about them. One who really liked mystery novels was my mom. She'd read every well-known mystery novel from overseas, from past and present. Banana. Every time she watched mystery shows, she would always criticize them as having cheap tricks or being poorly thought out. Okay. Before I say this, disclaimer, don't kill anybody. But if you do plan on it, do not use mystery novels as your source. Like, well, it worked in the book. That means it'll work in real life. But don't kill anyone. I know it's a bold take. I know no one's willing to say it, but I will. Mochi says killing people is bad. I know. I'm pretty brave saying it. I know no one else will, so I'm saying it right now. Just don't kill anybody. I wonder what the perfect crime would mean to her.
これまでの推理小説の中で、母さんが一番よくできたと思った完全犯罪？
That is awfully specific.
うん。母さんって結構たくさん推理小説を読んでるでしょ？そういうの詳しいかなって思って。
それを読むから楽しいのよ。初めからトリックを教えちゃったら楽しみがなくなっちゃうわ。
It wasn't like I was asking for my own amusement. She was deflecting the question, so I would somehow butter her up first and draw it out an answer.
そうね。よくできた推理小説。結構どれもこれもいろんな魅力があって、どれが面白かったとは言いにくいけど、強いてあげれば。
Can I say something? It is a crime that we don't see Keiichi's mom. I mean, hey, she could be, like, if she had a sprite that I could try. Sorry.
母さんの好きな小説のタイトルが知りたいんじゃないよ。母さんが一番舌を巻いた完全トリックが知りたいんだよ。
本当に完全なトリックだったら名探偵に解く余地がないじゃない。
Mom, sorry. It was true. Then there'd be no point.
推理小説は解ける謎をいかに解くかの過程を楽しむものよ。解けない謎だったらそれは推理小説の題材になり得ないわね。
そっか。そりゃそうだよな。主人公に解けなかったらお話として成立しないもんな。
Was I being too simplistic? A mystery novel was basically a game. They were written so that you can get to the goal, so that you can solve them. But I couldn't use something so optimistic. It needed to be the be-all and end-all of tricks so that we could, without a doubt, return to our old lives.
ということは、圭一。真の完全犯罪は物語にすらならないというのがわかるかしら？
Exactly. Mom looked at me intellectually and grinned impishly. I'd never gotten to read it, but apparently one time a long time ago, Mom had written her own mystery novel and submitted it for some mystery novel award. Apparently, she was really into it. Don't even become stories? What does that mean?
ケイチ、物語の最低構成要素は？
It means... Dude, that means don't leave a trace!
起承転結。
正解。特に肝心なのは当たり前だけど、木に当たる部分よ。スタートの木がなかったら、そもそも物語は始まらない。
That do be how story writing works.
そりゃそうだよ。何も起こらなかったら、何も始まらない。
Yo, they said, is this a Roanoa? That's a One Piece reference. Nothing happened when Zoro said nothing happened. Oh my god. Let me stop.
そう。何も起こらないから事件にもならない。探偵も呼ばれないから推理もない。推理がないなら解決もない。つまり、これが究極の完全犯罪。
ちょっと待って。
One Piece fans when they see gum.
もう一度説明してくれるかな。
My mom just told me something absurd. And she was saying it so smoothly too, so I kind of tuned her out, but she said something extremely important just now.
そんな難しい話じゃないわよ。そもそも事件が発覚しなければいいだけの話。
そもそも発覚しない事件。
つまり、例えばよ。誰も立ち入らない深い森の奥で、おじいさんが一人暮らしをしているとする。
うん。
そのおじいさんがある日、斧で殺されました。ちなみに犯人は、じゃあ、おじいさんの息子ね。おじいさんの家に来て一緒にお酒を飲んでいたんだけど、ちょっと喧嘩になって殺してしまった。
What an extremely cheap plot. It was an impulsive crime without a bit of planning. It was pretty far from a perfect crime.
でもケイイチ、そこはとてもとても深い森の中の一軒家なの。普段は絶対に誰も訪れない深い山奥の深い深い森の中。さて、殺した息子は町に帰ってきてこう言うの。おじいさんは元気だったって。
それのどこが完全犯罪なの？
ケイイチ、この事件はね、おじいさんが殺されているのが見つかって初めて木を迎えるのよ。
I don't see how Keiichi's not like grasping this.
もしもこの後、誰もおじいさんの家を訪れなかったら、永久に木は訪れない。
The beginning would never occur.
だからつまり、物語は始まらない。事件が発覚しないから探偵も呼ばれない。そもそも誰も不審に思わないから謎も起こらない。おじいさんは今日も一人でのんびり森の奥で暮らしているんだろうね。
So basically, I was thinking, like, maybe, like, Keiichi would just, like, go in and kill the guy and then just have Satoko be like, yeah, just tell people he's fine, but they're in, like, the middle of the village. Maybe if they had them move houses, I don't know how that would happen, but then he could do that? I'm not sure.
で、お空におじいさんの顔が浮かんで、ジエンド。どう？こんな感じで。
すごいじゃないか。それ、ちゃんとしたトリックだよ。
It's a pretty great trick. Okay.
でも、娯楽小説にはならないわね。推理小説は所詮娯楽書。完全犯罪の指南書にはなり得ないんだから。
I was trying hard to talk cheerfully to fool her, but inside I was excited. Special tools, strange geography, mysterious drugs, traps involving huge sums of cash. None of them were needed for perfect crimes. The important thing was that there wasn't a beginning. Well, that's only, like, if that person, like, is, like, a true introvert and, like, never talks to anyone. And no one cares about them. That's the only way that could actually be achieved. As long as the incident come to light, it would be fine. Speaking broadly, if I could kill him without anyone finding out, and dispose of the corpse somewhere no one could find, it would basically already be a perfect crime. Of course, if someone up and vanished one day all of a sudden, people would get suspicious. Duh. But that didn't apply to this man. Last year, after their aunt died, he ran away from the village in fear of Oyashiro-sama. Oh, that's true. When the night of Watanagashi came around again, everyone would have to think that he ran away in fear again. I mean, he had been living with a lover of his own in town. No matter what it felt like when he vanished, no one would be suspicious. People hated him, after all. No one would care where he went if he disappeared.
Goofy, murder!
Oh, that's spooky. Murder! When I thought about it like that, it got easier and easier to imagine killing him. There was no point in thinking inside my house anymore. I left, getting my bike out of the garage. For now, it didn't matter where I was going. I just rode through the wind, trying to calm my excitement by feeling the cool air on my body. Where I'd kill him, how I'd do it, what time, and how to dispose of the corpse. If I just had those 4 things, I could get a good plan going. I was so surprised at how little there was to decide that I shivered. I'd been completely prepared to build this humongous plan over a really long period of time. But if I could just get these little things in order, I could put it into motion. Today was Saturday. I'd have to kill him on the night of Watanagashi, so as long as I was standing in for Oyashiro-sama, I only had 24 hours remaining. Satoko, just hang on for 24 more hours. I can't even imagine having to suffer through even more. But please, hold out for a little longer. I know you can't even last another second. I know that. But please, just hold out. Your Nini will save you for sure. Outside, it was still early enough for the cicadas to be crying. Early afternoon. Evening was still a long way off. I looked at the sky. At some point, it had gotten cloudy. What was that? Oh, that's the OST. Come to think of it, as I left the house, I heard on the TV that the weather forecast was calling for a chance of rain on Sunday. The sky was the color of lead. If I heard a little bit of thunder, I'd definitely have expected a sudden evening shower. My first destination was school. Before explaining why I was going there, I needed to explain what method for killing that man I had decided upon. I decided that the most suitable death, the one I needed to give him, was the same as last year's curse. The same as the punishment their aunt had received, being beaten to death. Wouldn't beating him to death be somewhat unreliable? You may think that stabbing him with a blade would be more reliable. But this was something I had chosen after a lot of thought. You just needed to think realistically. The law, it prohibited carrying any blades longer than 10 centimeters, I think. So the blades available to me, even the longest ones, were still limited to things shorter than a ruler. You can probably understand how tricky it would be with such a short reach to go up against an opponent that might fight back. Well, if it's like a kitchen knife, if you just go for the throat, you could maybe do something. I don't know, I guess it would depend on how sharp the kitchen knife is. In that case, a weapon with more reach, like a staff, would be far more advantageous. It might not be quite as inherently lethal, but since you could just keep hitting the guy until you kill them, the end result was the same. So, what's a staff-like deadly weapon, terrifyingly powerful, and also eminently portable? Should I be concerned? Oh, no, no. Another Mochi disclaimer. Do not kill people. Make that the second disclaimer. Mochi disapproves of killing. Be concerned for Keiichi. He's off his rocker. But, not me. Cool. Good to know. Yeah. By this point, you should immediately think of a metal baseball bat. I don't need to explain how terrifying a metal baseball bat can be as a weapon. But what if they diss my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh monster? I don't think that's grounds for killing them, I'll be real honest. But if you do, soldier, you cannot blame it on me because I've already put the disclaimer up. Of special note is the fact that you can carry one around in broad daylight and not be thought of as suspicious. Just those 2 points would have been enough to choose a metal bat for my weapon. But there was one more reason for choosing a metal bat in particular. God, it blame it on me. God dang it, soldier. I will speak about it later. After school that Saturday, my classmates were still having fun, playing in the schoolyard. I could show up there and it would be the same as always, so nobody will think I'm suspicious. Getting my hands on the weapon without looking suspicious was actually a factor I couldn't ignore. I didn't normally play baseball, so if I went to a sports store looking for a metal bat, it would definitely be suspicious. This is interesting. So this is kind of like a mirror of what happened in the first chapter. So in the first chapter, Keiichi was getting a baseball bat because he wasn't looking to kill anyone. He was looking to defend himself because Reina was a crazy bitch. So he was thinking of how to get a baseball bat without looking suspicious. But this time he is actively looking for blood. That's interesting. Because it's like the same plot point of getting the bat, but it's from a different thought perspective. It's interesting. I can't let there be a beginning to the story, so I needed to be really careful, even about that. I left school at a location at which my appearance wouldn't be suspicious. I would acquire the weapon. I checked inside the classroom through the window, but of course there was nobody there. The only students who would stay in there were me and the others when doing club activities. Without us, the classroom after school was just an empty, unused room. Without glancing around nervously, as if I'd just gone to get something I'd forgotten, I casually went in the entrance. It looked like the teacher was busy with paperwork in the teacher's lounge. I didn't see her in the hallway. Naturally, yet quickly as a shadow, I entered the classroom. The empty room was full of a strange, stagnant air that you couldn't feel normally. An empty classroom. Nobody here. Maybe while no one was around, the desks creep out of their own accord, licking the floors clean of dirt. If I suddenly stepped into a place like that, would the desk, in their surprise, fly at me, crush my bones, and eat me alive?
バカバカしい。
I felt regret at wasting valuable thinking time on stupid delusions. The students' lockers were lined up in the back of the classroom. The one I was looking for wasn't my own. It was a forbidden locker. One I had accidentally discovered one day.
あった。北条。間違いない。
If one person has one locker, then why would only Satoko have two? I'd made a fuss about it once. After that, I learned it was Satoshi's locker, and he had the same last name as her. But of course, even though it was a locker for a student no longer here, looking inside it was still a shameless act. But one time, I let my curiosity get the better of me and took a peek inside. Inside, it was average and worthless. At the time, I hadn't been interested, so until now, I'd forgotten what had been in it. Now that I had, dare say it, awakened, I remembered the thing that had been there. Scrape. I opened the locker, and a stench of mold and sweat wafted out, like a gym storehouse that hadn't been cleaned out in weeks. My face puckered up at the stench, but I looked for it. Yes. Satoshi was on Coach's baseball team. Inside the locker was a Hinamizawa fighter's uniform, and it, the one Satoshi used, a metal bat. Yes. This was the reason I wanted to choose this bat. This murder would be carried out by me. This wasn't originally my role. It was Satoshi's. But I would stand in for him and call myself Satoko's Nini. It was one of the rules for standing in for him. I reached for the metal bat and grasped it firmly. God damn it. Firmly grasped it. It was light, and yet its tip had enough heft in it, enough to easily imagine the horror if I brought it down with all my might. Satoshi, I'll give you one last chance to save your sister. Lend me your strength. You're a coward, but I'll stand in for you. So if you still care even a little bit about her, you will lend me your strength. There is no more suitable weapon in the world for putting that man to death than your bat. Now, I just needed to figure out where to hide it. Tomorrow, before the act, I would just stop by the school and grab it. Because I couldn't ignore the possibility someone would see me bringing it home and think it was strange. But if I left it here, that wouldn't be a problem. Plus, tomorrow was a Sunday. Not only that, it was the day of the biggest festival in the whole village. Nobody would be coming to school. I left out the entrance and went over to a construction vehicle parked nearby. We'd been warned by our teacher not to touch it just for laughs, so none of the kids would come near the vehicle either. They wouldn't, because if she found out they touched it, they'd be in huge trouble. I quietly hid it, in the shadow of the vehicle. The chances of someone operating the vehicle tomorrow were slim to none, because tomorrow was Sunday. Government workers had the day off. And from what my classmates had said, the thing had been left here for years now. Machines that haven't been moved in years, you can't just suddenly start them up again. So I was almost definitively fine in this case. The sunlight was piercingly hot. My head grew faint for a moment. Had the heat been this harsh for the entire day? A moment of dulled thoughts like this was a moment of carelessness. I gave myself a couple hits in the head and then looked around warily. Okay. Next, how to dispose of the corpse. God dang, this is interesting. I will say, this murderer Keiichi is a lot more interesting than normal Keiichi, because normal Keiichi just sus. Let's be real. Disposing of the corpse. The ultimate way not to create a beginning was to not let the corpse be found. It was even more important than killing him. Thinking on it vaguely, the first thing that came to mind was a swamp. Onigafuchi, the dreadful bottomless swamp revered even now, that appeared in the legends of Onigafuchi village. BRB gotta go work on school. No problem, soldier. You get that schoolwork done. Yes, the swamp called Onigafuchi was here first, and then the village took its name to become Onigafuchi village. In other words, the swamp was the origin of Onigafuchi village. No one, no matter who it was, would float back to the surface of this bottomless swamp. Everyone would be swallowed down into the land of the demons below the earth. And that was how the stories went. If I was trying to copy Oyashiro-sama's curse, then I felt that theory demanded I discard the remains and the weapon into the swamp. But they may have said it's bottomless, but I didn't actually know. And people say large creatures like humans produce a lot of gas when they rot, granting a lot of buoyancy. It was why using fairly heavy objects to hold people down didn't work. And to think of it, with the curse the year before, last, Rika-chan's mother drowned herself in this swamp. And the criminal behind the dismemberment that went missing the year of the first curse too. It was rumored he tried to discard the body in the swamp and accidentally drowned it. Drowned in it, sorry. I never heard of the corpse coming back or them finding it. Then, shouldn't I choose to discard the corpse here too? I could discard the weapon here. And then, for example, if her uncle came out on a motorcycle and attacked, it'd be convenient to get rid of the bike too. I knew that Satoko's uncle generally used a motorcycle for transportation. But, as for the corpse, after a lot of worrying, I decided not to discard the corpse in the swamp. The drowning, suicide, and accident were both rumors. Nobody knew if they actually happened. There were no lack of false rumors about the drowning suicide anyway, and it was possible the murderer hadn't drowned there and was still on the run. That meant no one had ever confirmed a corpse being dropped in there and then not coming back up. Then what would I do with the body? I thought it might be interesting to go with the first incident, cut him to pieces and hide him, but the preparation and work for dismembering a human body would be difficult given the amount of time I had. With that out of the question, I arrived at the conclusion to go with the more orthodox method of burying the body. Then where would I bury it was a question related to where I would kill him. Of course, I wanted to keep my time and proximity to the body at a minimum. With that in mind, I would want to dig the hole to dump the body in beforehand, and to make the location of the act and the hole close together. The choice of where to plan the crime, that I needed to be absolutely careful and thorough with. It had to be somewhere nobody would witness it, and a place with hiding places for a sneak attack. I could dig a hole for the body right there. I could go over the possibilities in my head of the various destinations your uncle would head to from Satoko's house. I imagined a map of the area in my head, and then I found a place that fulfilled those conditions so easily it was almost unbelievable. A bit of a back road that went through the woods. I didn't think her uncle would go deeper into the mountains of Higurashi. On a whim, if he was going somewhere, he'd pass through these woods first. And nobody used this back way unless they had something to do at Satoko's house or one or two other places. Oh my god. Fuki, you are going hog wild. Thank you so much for the gift sub to Baron. Alright, Baron, I don't know if you're here, but enjoy your free sub. Fuki's morbing out. Thank you so much, Fuki. I really appreciate it. I know I don't sound like that energetic, but I really do mean that. I appreciate it. This path was fantastically ideal, as few people used it. I would wait for him in these woods. Would an ambush actually be possible? I went into the trees and tried hiding myself in a few places. It was extremely quiet. My senses could be sharpened here to their maximum amount. Of course, man. Just there. Oh, Fuki. Oh, thank you. My heart. I don't know why, but sometimes when I say my heart, I think of that fucking TikTok meme of the guy going, "My heart! I loved her! Ah!" I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about. God, just shouting at the camera. Let me get back focused, okay. I didn't know when he'd come, but I'd wait right here for Satoko's uncle. I actually had some trouble coming to that decision. The question arose of whether I should somehow call the man out. Was there a risk I'd be taking by luring
My heart! I loved her!
Gorge! My heart! I loved her! Oh my god. The man made Satoko do all the shopping and errands. He seldom left on his own business. He wouldn't leave unless I worked out a plan to force him to, would he? That was the question. Tomorrow was the Watanagashi festival. Would he go out for the festival, or would he stay inside? If he stayed inside, how would I drag him out of his house? That's right. Wouldn't he make Satoko go to the festival? Satoko would go to the festival. Meanwhile, I would call the man. This is the Okinomiya police station. We have the young lady from your house. Could you come and pick her up immediately? It didn't have to be the police.
My heart! I loved her!
I found the real one. I don't know why, but the original one is the funniest. Like, I don't know why. He's like, it's not. No, it is funny though. Like, I feel bad for the guy because he's clearly like suffering, like truly, but like, it's so damn funny, dude. Like, he says it so loud. Oh my god. This is the clinic. The young lady from your house has been injured. Please come and pick her up. Yes, that would work too. If I claimed to be the police or the hospital, told him to come and then hung up on him, he'd rush there trying to figure out what was going on, wouldn't he? I've been heartbroken but never recorded myself screaming in my car. Well, Fuki, that's just what you gotta... That's what you just gotta do next time. That's... I don't know. Some people cope in very, very strange ways. I'll never understand it. If I claimed to be the police of the hospital, told him to come, and then hung up on him, he'd rush there trying to figure out what was going on, wouldn't he? Just the other day, he was visited by a probation officer. He wouldn't suddenly grumble about having to get his niece and not go. It would look like child neglect. Hop in a relationship just to get that level of heartbroken. Got it. Oh, no, wait, Fuki. No, wait, no. You twisted my words. No. Oh, my God. Listen. I hope everyone has the happiest relationships ever. I love everybody. Wow. The man had no skills useful around the house. Satoko, his slave, was an essential part of his daily life. Conclusion? If he went out to the festival, I would attack him here on his way there or back. If he didn't, I would lure him out by phone. If luring him out by phone was my first step, I needed to be sure Satoko would go to the festival, leaving the house. It would be convenient if I could make Mion take Satoko to the festival. She said her aunt was a district welfare officer. In other words, an ally to the probation officer. If I somehow incited Mion to take Satoko to the festival with her, well, being who she was, she'd use that fact and get her there. Satoko should just take a break and have fun at the festival with everyone. She should have a good time, reminisce on our former peaceful days, and when she went home, everything would be over. Yeah, that would be the best outcome. With that decided, I needed to dig a hole somewhere in the woods to hide the body. So it wouldn't stand out, so it wouldn't be found. Some place nobody would see me while I was completely exposed as I buried the corpse. I had wanted it to be close to the scene of the crime, but it naturally grew farther away. Deep in the bosom of the Black Forest, the voices of the Higurashi were the only sounds here, informing me that people shouldn't indiscreetly set foot in this place.
穴を掘るか。
Digging a hole with so many tree roots crawling around the ground would be far more difficult than I'd envisioned. I snuck a gardening spade out here in my bag, but that wouldn't be enough. Still, as I looked into the various approaches, I managed to find a place I could dig into. Tomorrow, I'd bring a real shovel from the storeroom at home. I'd manage with that. I wondered how big a hole would have to be to fit a human all the way into it. I'd probably have to dig pretty deep down. But if I was slipshod in these efforts, I'd let a beginning occur. I absolutely couldn't allow that. Use any amount of time you need to. I mustn't spare any effort to utterly erase him. I glanced at my wristwatch. It was a little past 6. This was probably all I was going to get done here today. I really wanted to dig the hole in advance tonight, even if it got dark out, but Mom would be upset if I stayed out that late. It wouldn't be good to come off as suspicious to my parents. I needed to go back home and give Mion a call soon. I needed to get her to promise Satoko to take her by tonight. After that, today would be done. Done. Would it be, though? Was this really everything I could do to prepare right now? I decided where to kill him. I decided how to kill him. Mom will be upset if you murder someone. Exactly! She'll be pissed the hell off and you're like, what? Oh my god. I feel like he's already made her a little suspicious. Man literally went up to her, "Hi Mom, how do you kill someone and get away with it?" God almighty. I decided how to kill him. I decided, of course, how to dispose of the body. I didn't decide on a time, but I would play that by ear. I didn't have a way to decide that. Is that really all? Can't be late because Mommy won't like that. Now back to my murder plot! Right? Is this really alright? Have I overlooked anything? Did this really go how I planned? After all this, worries started swelling up one after another. Man, sometimes I just can't find that, like, sweet spot. Okay, there we go. It was only natural I'd be anxious. This would be the first and last big job of my lifetime. I could not allow failure. I had no experience, as this was my first time. Man, I could... No, don't make the joke. Don't make the joke. Okay. I didn't have the know-how, the knack. So it was only natural I'd be anxious. Don't make the joke. Dark clouds of unease told me doing nothing would be the easiest way. A truly pathetic suggestion this late in the game. The knack. Have you forgotten how miserable Satoko looked? From the outside, it may have looked like I was resolute, but deep in my heart, my knees were shaking loudly. Make the joke. It was just gonna be a fucking virginity joke. That's all it was gonna be. I've never actually won a single fight to my satisfaction. Could I really kill someone? I may have been planning an ambush, but my enemy was large and far older than me. He had a scary face, and he looked like he was well accustomed to fighting. Could I have... All the pieces before and after the murder were perfectly planned. But was the actual murder the most important part? What unsettled me the most? Ah, hells yeah, virgin jokes, my specialty. All my preparations, all my perfectly concealed machinations. If I didn't successfully murder him, I amounted to nothing. Damn it. After coming this far, you're pathetic, Keiichi. If you start to have these kinds of second thoughts, your ulterior motive will be obvious. Let's go home. Go home and calm your mind. Tomorrow will be a juncture in your life, the likes of which graduation, employment, marriage, and childbirth couldn't hold a candle to. A day of murder, to kill someone, for someone else's sake. With that day behind us, we would take it back again. Those mild, spring-like days we never thought would stop. Those safe, peaceful, fun times. I pedaled my bicycle hard to get back home. I felt somehow unsteady, like my body and soul weren't in alignment. A subtle shift between where the tips of my hands and feet really were and where I felt them to be. My vision was a little distant and narrow, as if the great barrier I risked my future life on had nothing to do with me. An unreal sensation. How could I put it? Everything was so far away. Fine. Feel your unease permeate you, Keiichi. If that will turn your timidity into meticulousness and allow you to act with greater caution, then it's actually an important emotion to feel. This feeling I had never went away that night. It was the first time I'd be calling Mion's house. I searched for her in the phone book the school gave me, then dialed a short phone number, the kind unique to remote places. It was around dinner time. She would probably be home. But just as I started to think nobody would respond, someone finally picked up the receiver.
はい、園崎です。
あ、夜分遅くにすみません。
Why does Keiichi also sound like he's on the other side of the phone?
ミオンか。
どちら様です？
俺だよ、ケイチだ。
ああ、ケイちゃんか。何こんな時間に。
She seemed to be in a weirdly good mood, and she drew her syllables out. Right, it's the night before tomorrow's festival, so she's probably with her family having some drinks.
悪いな、こんな時間に。今、時間は大丈夫か？
うん。何？
聡子のことなんだけど。
I heard her draw in a small breath on the other end.
聡子、大変なことになっちゃったね。大丈夫かな？
Fucks, yeah. Getting crunk with the fam. Yeah, that's the only way to get crunk, am I right, boys? Yeah. Boys and girls, sorry. Let me be inclusive, alright? The scent of sake had completely disappeared from her voice.
大丈夫なわけないだろう。お前も見ただろ。あれ。あんな擦り切れるまでにいじめ抜かれて、俺たちはあんなになるまでずっと見捨ててきた。
見捨ててたわけじゃないよ。みんな助けようとして必死に考えてたよ。
でも結局何も思いつかなかったし、聡子を救えたわけじゃないだろう。結局あんなになるまで俺たちは何もできなかった。
そうだね。私は結局見てただけかも。
だからさ、せめて
一夜くらい遊ばせてやろうじゃないか。
遊ばせるって。
あいつもいろいろと参ってるのわかるだろう。だからさ、明日の綿流しのお祭りにあいつを連れて行ってやってほしいんだ。
それは構わないけど。どうして？
どうしてって、せめて祭りの夜くらい息抜きさせてやりたいじゃないか。たとえ一夜でもあの意地悪なおじの元から離れられるなら、短い時間でもきっと聡子は喜ぶ。
だから、どうして？
どうしてって何がだよ。
I was having a little difficulty understanding what Mion was asking me.
どうして？ケイちゃんが連れて行ってあげないの？
Yeah, dumbass.
私に頼まなきゃならないの？
Mion was persistent about odd things. No, maybe it'd be better to say that she was sharp.
俺、実はちょっと明日は用事があってさ、祭りには行けない。だから聡子、ミオンが連れて行ってやってほしい。
用事って。
大した用事じゃないんだ。多分すぐに片付くと思うけど、ひょっとすると明日は合流できないかもしれない。なあ、ミオン。明日の夜だけ、聡子を頼めないか。
Mion took a long time to give a reply. I got the feeling that Mion had been acting weird for a while now. Like she was flustered by emotions or something.
いや。
Oof! Huh? Is that a sob? Mion? Are you crying?
私、嫌だって言ったじゃない。私なんかに押し付けられても困るって。
別に押し付けるつもりなんかないよ。明日の夜だけでいいんだ。
嘘だったじゃない。
What? Mion, what was she talking about?
綿流しの夜だけって言って、結局ずっとだった。嘘つき。
Making the mother of all omelets.
Hey, Ark. Well, let me go ahead and do this real quick. There we go. Guys, please go follow Ark. Thank you. If you shout me out, I will consume you. What? Opens. No! I'm not being a part of your vor fetish. But hello, Ark. How are you today?
でも、おあいこかな。私、全然あなたとの約束、守ってないから。あの子はずっとほったらかしだし、ね。
I had no idea what to say to that. Mion was clearly, talking to someone other than me. Doing okay. Just saying hi real quick. Oh, you going to stream? If that's so, then I know who I'm raiding afterwards. No vor in my goddamn Christian neighborhood. I didn't know who. All I could do was listen to her in a daze.
あれからずっと帰ってこないのに、あの子のことをもう一度押し付けるためだけにまた電話をしてきたんですね。本当にずるい人。
But all the cool Christians are doing it. Probably. He didn't.
ねえ、あなた、サトシ君、なんでしょう。
ミオ、さっきから何の話だ？
When I said her name, whatever spell was on me was released.
あ、あごめん。なんでもないの。ちょっと、ケイちゃんの今の電話にそっくりな電話を
Oh my
昔
god.
受けたことがあって。
No, God,
Oh my
please,
god.
No!
Oh my.
No! No!
That scared the shit out of me. Oh my god.
それ、ひょっとしてサトシか？
Mion didn't answer. All I could hear were sobs coming through the receiver.
ごめんね。
I'm so sorry. No, you're good. You're good. They just caught me by surprise.
ちょっと私、寝ぼけてるみたい。
I always like the sound alerts. Why do you think I have so many in my channel points? I probably need to add some more, but I don't know which ones to add.
変なとこで感情的になっちゃった。ごめんね。焦ったでしょ。
I definitely need to add some more so y'all don't have to keep using bits to use sound alerts that you want. It makes me feel a little bad that y'all have to do that. What the fuck, Focus? You never apologize when you scared me. Well, I mean, Ark. Maybe I'm just more base than you. That could be what it is. I had no idea how it happened, but I was pretty sure that last year on this very day, Satoshi had called me on and told her to bring Satoko to the festival. What? You heard what I said. And when she asked why he needed her to do it, he replied the same way I just did. About to punch a bear. You better do nothing, buddy boy. Now listen.
サトシ、祭りに行かなかったんだな。
うん。用事があるから自分は行けないって言って。代わりに私にサトコを祭りに連れて行ってくれって。
Killing Super Saiyan 3 to punch a bear. But I am the strongest bear. Someone's clearly not read my lore, SMH.
その時、サトシも言ったんだな。サトコを頼むって。
うん。言ったよ。明日の夜だけ頼むってね。ケイちゃんの言い方があまりにもよく似てたんでちょっと思い出して取り乱しちゃった。
I didn't expect this. Satoshi had given her the exact same phone call 1 year ago today. After that, Leon had said more. That he was lying. That he told her it would only be for the nights of the festival.
そうだったな。サトシはその数日後に消えた。
Disappeared might have been a rather vague way to put it. Whether he ran away or not, Satoshi left, abandoning Satoko.
そう。転校でもなく、家出でもなく、消えたの。
And then, an idea far more indistinct than even fog crossed my mind. Satoshi made exactly the same phone call as me last year. Why would Satoshi make the exact same call? If, in the truest sense, he really made the exact same phone call as I am right now, then the incident where their aunt was beaten to death, that's... could it...
Satoshi だ。
Yep.
え？何が？
Last year, Satoko had been constantly abused by her uncle's wife, their aunt, too. Her aunt abused her the most. And on that night, in the name of Oyashiro-sama's curse, she was taken from this world. If I thought about that, everything made perfect sense, didn't it?
去年、サトコのおばが殴り殺されたじゃないか。あれ、サトシってことは考えられないか？
No, but that would mean that Satoshi, he was a coward who abandoned Satoko and ran away, wasn't he? How could Satoshi resolve himself to kill a person to save Satoko? It was unthinkable.
私も実はそれを疑ったことがある。サトシには悪いけど。
A few days later, he disappeared. On Satoko's birthday. When I first heard it, I flew into a rage. What a cruel day to have run away on. But now that I thought about it like this, the story changed completely. Satoshi had probably been even less calm than I was now. He was her big brother, related by blood, watching his little sister be abused day in and day out. Maybe that's why he couldn't keep calm. And that was why the corpse of their aunt, beaten to death, was so easily discovered. Satoshi lost himself in his anger and hadn't hidden the corpse. He'd permitted a beginning to occur. If the police conducted a full-blown investigation, it was easy to imagine they wouldn't take long to pin down Satoshi as the culprit. Satoshi, he wished for a return to peaceful days with Satoko, and though he achieved it for a time, he had been steadily driven into a corner. And then, he wanted to at least hold out until Satoko's birthday, but finally, they nailed him. At the time, Satoshi had been carrying the savings he'd amassed to buy Satoko a giant stuffed animal for a birthday present. He would buy the stuffed animal as her gift, and then got caught. Or he could use the money and disappear. That was the choice he had been forced to make. And he decided not to make Satoko the sister of a murderer. If that was the case, then it must have been an unspeakably bitter decision. All that money he'd saved wanting to see Satoko happy, he had to use it to make her sad. And he used the savings and disappeared to Tokyo, if the rumors were true.
サトシはそれで消えたのか？
それはわからない。大石なんかはそう思ってるみたいだけどね。
Was she? Had he been slowly driven into a corner by the repulsive man's pig-headed pursuit?
確かに状況証拠は揃ってるけど、多分ケイちゃんの推理は外れだと思う。県内のどっかで捕まったろくでなしが犯行を自供したって言うし。
I was right. Deviant had confessed, and the incident was solved.
そいつは本当にただの異常者で、ひなみ沢とは何の縁もない男だったって。もちろんサトシとも何の関係もない。だからそんな奴がサトシの身代わりになって嘘をついてくれたなんて到底思えないし。
Couldn't just arbitrarily decide like that. You never know where or how humans are tied together. If that guy took the blame, then it was the perfect crime. Of course, if it was really a perfect crime, there would have been no reason for Satoshi to vanish.
それに、サトシには逃亡資金なんてなかったと思う。サトシが預金を下ろした日、これは誰に言っても信じてくれないんだけど、サトコのために買うと言ってたぬいぐるみが売れてショーケースからなくなってたの。きっとサトシが買ったに違いない。
ちょっと待てよ。逃走資金に使わないでぬいぐるみを買うために使ったなら、サトコのところへ帰るはずだろ。ぬいぐるみを買ってそれを届けもせずに蒸発するなんて考えられない。
うん。だからわからなくなっちゃうんだよ。まとまったお金があるならともかく、貯金を全部使っちゃったならサトシは無一文。お金もなく逃亡生活ができるほど世の中は甘くないよ。
I didn't get it. After all that, I was understanding Satoshi less and less. The two of us fell silent. I couldn't remember how we even got on this topic.
ごめん。どこで話が脱線しちゃったんだか。サトコの件ね、安心していいよ。実はもうちゃんと誘ってあるんだよ。
え？本当かよ。
祭りの準備でみんなで神社に行った時さ、サトコを祭りに呼ぼうって話になったんだよ。それで集会所の電話でそのまま電話して誘ったんだ。おじのやつよそよそしくて勝手にしろみたいな感じだったけど、とりあえず OK はしてくれた。明日みんなで待ち合わせしていくことになってるんだよ。安心した？サトシ。
バカ、俺はサトシじゃないって。
I was a little relieved. I hadn't needed to make the phone call. Satoko had already been invited to the festival. And not in a way that smelled of blood. A way to leave her uncle alone to create time for me to kill him. I purely wanted Satoko to enjoy herself, so they invited her. In the end, it was the same, but I was happy for that slight difference.
すまないな。俺が電話をするまでもなかった。昨日にしろ今日にしろ変な話ばかりしてすまないな。忘れてくれ。
こっちこそ本当に申し訳ない。柄にもなく取り乱しちゃって本当にごめん。
We apologized to each other for a little bit.
じゃあ俺はこれで失礼するな。おやすみ。
何の用事？
Uh-oh. As if interrupting our parting words, Mion struck straight where it hurt.
それもまたサトシと同じように言えない？
バカ。だから俺はサトシじゃないって言ってるだろ。
うん。そんなのは分かってるよ。
I deflected her with a response that wasn't actually an answer. Mion didn't hound me anymore after that.
じゃあ今度こそおやすみな。
I gotta head out for a bit, but I hope you have a good rest of your night. Thank you, Fuki. I hope you have a good rest of your night as well if I don't see you again. But yeah, thank you for dropping by, and thank you for the gift sub and all the sound alerts and all that. We always love to have you here. Thank ya.
どうしてケイちゃんがサトシ君と全く同じ電話をしてきたのかわからないけれど。なんでもない。ごめんね。おやすみ。
切るぞ。
Click. Satoshi Hojo. Just who are you? I scorned you as a coward who ran away, abandoning his sister. I always thought you didn't have the right to call yourself her Nini. But now I didn't know what to think. Oyashiro-sama's curse on the 4th year. Her aunt's death and Satoshi's disappearance. And now, me trying to carry out the Oyashiro-sama's curse on the 5th. Oddly enough, what I was going to do overlapped perfectly with Satoshi, the day before the curse. No, that wasn't all. If we start back from Satoko getting abused, then I'd been overlapping with Satoshi for days already. When I talked to Mion before, she asked me if I was Satoshi. If that was the first impression a third party like Mion got, then it was probably true. Then, as Satoshi had accomplished, I would succeed in the murder. But that was the extent to which we overlapped. I was far calmer than Satoshi, and more calculating. I could actually grow calmer. The more enthusiastic I'd become. That's why I wouldn't follow in Satoshi's footsteps. I would snip him cleanly out of the world, and get our peaceful life back. Maybe Satoshi had been with me ever since I chose to use Satoshi's bat as my weapon. No, maybe even longer than that. When I decided I'd be her Nini, maybe Satoshi had been residing within me then, too. Satoshi. Were you really a coward? Or are you a true Nini even now? The kind worthy of Satoko's love? I'd never met him, never spoken to him. Didn't even know his face. And yet I felt so connected to him. I'd never felt that way before. Sheesh, man. Looks like we're getting into the day of the festival now. Not even gonna lie to you. At the beginning of this sub-chapter, I thought it was the day of the festival. Few new tips. For the attention of those on the housewife slaughter incident case. July blank 1982. Okinomiya Police Station, 1st Investigative Division. Chief Takasugi. Blank Prefecture Police Headquarters for the eradication of drug-related crime. Shishibone Branch Head blank. Regarding incident designated as undercover investigation. This message is to inform you that a section of the testimony records of an incident under this police headquarters jurisdiction has been found. that is thought to be related to the undercover investigation of the incident in question, Okinomiya Police Station X, Hinamizawa Village, housewife slaughter incident. During investigation of suspect blank, who was arrested for possession of illegal drugs, there was testimony alluding to the crime in question, and it became clear that it contained information that only the perpetrator could have known. Therefore, we are prepared to share this record of testimony with you, duplicate attached. If this testimonial is to be believed, then there is an extremely high chance that suspect blank was the perpetrator in the incident in question. In addition, on receiving this testimony, the head investigator on the case inquired as to the incident with the Okinomiya Police Station. But the responsible party at Okinomiya Police Station misunderstood, and in compliance with the designation as an undercover investigation by executive order from Prefectural Police Headquarters on July 1st, 1982, General Administration B-112. They did not explain the incident's existence to the head investigator as they should have. Because of this, the head investigator did not realize the importance of the testimony as it related to the case in question, and as a result was negligent when combing the scene. We apologize for having effectively ignored it until now. In addition, there is a postscript stating that suspect blank died while in confinement yesterday on XXX. Yep, we know that. How many tips do we have now? I'm curious. 1, 2... We've almost got 2 full pages. Savey save. Continue. Sunday. The fireworks I heard before noon were probably to announce the opening of the festival. I speed ran school. Did you learn? And the weather certainly wasn't festival weather. It was cloudy. The television forecast was calling for possible downpours starting this evening and lasting until around midnight. But as long as it wasn't raining at the moment, the festival would go on. The festival had to open, or it wouldn't begin. Didn't learn a single thing. The Faraday Shrine grounds were probably decorated beautifully for the big performance that only happened once a year. Many paper lanterns were hung up, all in the auspicious colors of red and white. The sound of electric motors at the stalls. The voices of kids running around. Their happy families watching them, smiling. Today was the festival of Watanagashi. Was everyone already partaking in the festivities? What about Satoko? Had she forgotten her days of suffering just for a few moments, while smiling that brilliant smile she hadn't in so long? This would probably be the longest day of my life. It would be a day I would remember vividly for as long as I lived. I told my parents I'd go to the festival this evening and lounged about during the early afternoon. We may have lived under the same roof, but I couldn't help being surprised by the deviation from how I usually spent my time. Glancing at my parents out of the corner of my eye, I went to the front door. I tied my shoes just a little tighter than normal, as if to express the firmness of my resolve in those knots. When I decided to murder Satoko's uncle, I was in such a state of excitement I almost went crazy. And when I was planning out the act of a murder, which went directly against all the morals fostered in me thus far, I was in such a state of calm I almost thought I had lost my emotions. And then, yesterday, I learned Satoshi had made exactly the same phone call as me. I didn't know how to describe the muddled feelings I had then. And now, entering today. Right now, I lacked all the emotions I'd possessed until now. To make a simple analogy, it was the kind of feeling you might get right after you wake up, and you're still half asleep and you don't feel anything very clearly. I had no anger towards that man for the violence he'd committed against Satoko. Nor did I feel sadness towards or sympathize with her. I felt no disconnect towards my friends, who had just waited and watched, never reaching out to her with any help, and no nervousness or fear towards the day that had finally come. Yes. Right now, you could say I was in the best possible condition for carrying out a murder. When it came down to it, I would probably need to let my violent emotions take control. But right up until that moment, I would be like an insect. I would slowly, surely, and silently move towards my one objective. And then, when I had prey, I'd attack like a bullet. There was no emotion in that. Just the creeping mindset insects possessed. That sort of sneaking feeling was just the best. I would kill Satoko's uncle like he was a worm. I had to laugh a little at thinking that way, thinking like an insect. Tug. I tightened my laces one more time and walked out to the door. I brought the shovel out of the front storeroom. I would need it to dig the man's grave. The shovel was a convenient one made for camping. If I twisted it like so and split it into 3, I could easily hide it in my bag. I twisted the shovel and dismantled it. And even though I'd done it countless times before, I had trouble for some reason. Like I was suddenly clumsy now. I knew why. It wasn't because I was nervous. My weak-willed self, deep within me, was hesitant. I knew that the act of dismantling the shovel was the first step I'd take to becoming a murderer. The last twist was conspicuously difficult, but finally submitted before the strength of my determination. The area around Satoko's house was outside my circle of activity. But even just riding my bike in the middle of the day like this might seem suspicious to an observant person. I definitely want to avoid meeting and talking to someone I knew. With that in mind, I chose the route to my destination carefully. I didn't mind going the long way around. With how long this day would be, I could never be too careful after all. Still, I was fortunate enough not to run across anybody on my way to the planned site of the crime. I wasn't superstitious at this point, but it was a good omen. The place I would dig the hole was in this grove, a little further into the woods. I was worried I might not make it to the same place as before, since there were no signs to guide me. But I arrived there smoothly and as expected. I took another look around. Not even a hint of human presence. The air was a little bit damp, but it was comfortable in the cool shade of the trees. I took the disassembled shovel out of my bag and began skillfully putting it together. Then I stuck the tip of my shovel into a soft-looking patch of the ground and pushed it onto it with my foot. The shovel would split into the earth if I put some strength into that foot. The act of doing so seemed awfully like the point of no return, and it made me hesitate. I was just digging a hole with a shovel, but it made me gulp hard. Calm down, Keiichi. Let's do a countdown. Get it done on the count of 3, okay? Alright. 1, 2... I couldn't do it on the countdown, despite it just being sticking the shovel into the ground. I had to count down 5 or 6 times. Damn it. Just digging a hole. It's pathetic. As I thought that, I put strength into my heel like I was stepping on something unpleasant. And split came the sharp noise. It was only soft at the beginning. Roots and stones quickly got in my way, informing me just how hard it was to dig a hole big enough for one person. No decent person would ever come here anyway. Maybe it would be enough to cover him up with some dirt. Every time a naive thought like that crept into my mind, I bit down on it with my teeth and dug even harder. I dug enough now. I could hide him like this. Never mind, no one is ready yet, so I'm back. Oh, okay. Are you planning to go on a dinner or something? Every time I thought that, I would go down into the hole, grow disappointed at how shallow it was, and return to digging. A thin layer of sweat on my brow eventually formed into drops and fell to the ground. My back was even worse shape. Nah, another hike. Ah, I see. My damp shirt adhered to my skin. It felt so disgusting. But a short one this time, luckily. Nice. Man, I wish I enjoyed going on hikes, but man, climbing anything just, sounds like torture. Things I couldn't stand the most were the mosquitoes. Maybe they were attracted by the scent of my sweat. The white and black striped mosquitoes would cling to me whenever I let my guard down. It was hot. It was disgusting. I was sticky. I was itchy. All those uncomfortable feelings surged through me in waves.
くそったれ。だからなんだってんだよ。やめて帰れってのか？
I hadn't yelled at anyone. It was me talking to myself, me telling myself something. Why was I feeling this way? And digging a hole all the way out here? I like hikes, but being dragged out every day for a week for a different hike is too much for me. I mean, yeah, that just sounds like a lot. What benefit would digging this hole give me? What harm would there be in not digging this hole at all? Wait, in the first place, who ordered me to dig? When I thought it over, maybe ever since grade school, or even before that, my whole life had only been me doing what other people told me to. I didn't mean it was somehow constrained, living a life just based on the commands of others. And I didn't mean I was too lazy to try and find my own road in life. Metaphorically speaking, yes, it was like a road. I'd never been particularly physically fit. I didn't hit puberty very early, and if all my classmates and I got in a line, I'd usually be on the shorter end. My scores in jump rope competitions and marathons were the very picture of average. And it wasn't like the captains of the dodgeball teams would have a passionate rock-paper-scissors contest to see which would get me. During those kindergarten and grade school years, it felt like someone was only worth how fast they grew and how fit they were. Looking back on it now, it was really uncomfortable for me. The thing that turned all that around was just a few words from my mother.
ケイチ？あなた、塾に入る気はない？学校の勉強がわかるようになって楽しくなるわよ。
The very first test I took at Cram School was kind of like a game. It was a lot of fun. It wasn't like the test with the same exact problem dozens of times in a row. Every question had a picture to it, almost like one of those puzzle books that came with manga magazines. If my studies at school had been like this, it would have been way more fun. Several days later, I went to the Cram School again with my mother and the enrollment paperwork. Mom and the person at the Cram School had a really long, heated discussion, so I accidentally dozed off and missed most of what they said, but I clearly remembered one point. Mom had made a loud groan, surprised at something.
61って平均点が61点ですか？
いえ、違いますよ、お母さん。全国展開する当塾での平均偏差値が61です。簡易式の知能検査でも非凡な数字が出ています。まず申し上げて、前原圭一君は大変に頭がいい。
That's a lie. That's a bleeding lie, and you all know it.
圭一が？
Even she's not buying it.
でも、学校では大した成績じゃありませんし。通信簿も2、3、4が適当に並ぶ平均的なもので。何かの間違いではありませんか？
いくつかの知能テストとも重ねましたが、その結果、興味深いことが分かりました。前原君は意味を持たない問題に非常に弱いのです。無味乾燥で自身の生活に結びつかない内容の問題に興味が持てないのです。
2+3 は分からなくても、リンゴが2個あって3個増やしたら何個にという形なら理解できるということですか？
その通りです。例えば、正六面体の展開図を書けと言われて混乱する圭一君も、サイコロを切り開いたらどんな形になる？というふうに聞けば、見事に答えられるのです。
And the person from the Cram School showed her a page from one of the exams I took. It was a paper with questions about construction. Construction questions were unusual, so they were really cool, weren't they?
正二十面体の展開図を書けという問題です。この問題を二十面体のサイコロを作るにはどんな風に厚紙を切ればいい？と聞き直したら、圭一君はさも簡単そうにこれを書いてみせました。これは平凡なことではありません。
圭一？あなた、どこかの本の雑誌の付録か何かで二十面体のサイコロを作ったことがあったの？
Dice only went from 1 to 6. I never even considered before this test that there were dice with more than 6 sides. So it was fun to imagine what kind of shape a die that went up to 20 would have. If I had a die like that, I could win at snakes and ladders against anyone. So I immediately wanted to make it. Finally, I entered Cram School. There were only 4 students in the class they put me in, which was called Select. It was the highest class, and some of my classmates were in lower classes. And when I remembered how much better they had done at things like dodgeball and the 50-meter sprints, I felt happiness well up within me for the first time. Even if I wasn't as good at them good at them physically, I triumphed over them in many other ways. It was fun at first. The more I did, the more I was praised. My teachers at school suddenly started pampering me, and it felt good. My parents were satisfied too. and I enjoyed seeing them satisfied. The more I listened to my parents' commands, the more fun things got. That did happen, didn't it? I grinned dryly in self-deprecation. Because, well, my studious lifestyle didn't end up lasting very long. It was only at the beginning I enjoyed learning more and more. I gradually got along less with my friends. The classes were behind what I was learning in Cram School, and I eventually stopped respecting the teachers, given that they could put me to sleep with their lectures. And well, I was a disagreeable sort who bragged a lot about how much I knew. And the ways of the world wouldn't let me remain in this state of ecstasy forever. I would do as I was told. Then I'd go above and beyond their expectations, and then they'd praise me. I was happy for that, and the cycle repeated itself like the wheels on a bike. I thought moving forward like that was how life worked, like a bicycle. When I moved to Hinamizawa, I realized just how inadequate it was. Some things happened, and we started saying how moving and getting a change in atmosphere would be nice. And then my father, he had a place that he liked, that he'd gone to a few times to draw the nature. He started saying that he wanted to bring his atelier there. With me in blank amazement, they decided to move to Hinamizawa. And after that, I met them, didn't I? The first day after transferring here, I went to the classroom with the teacher. I thought it would seem pitiful for her to bring me in there, so I placed my hand on the door before she could, slammed it open, and set foot into the room. Clatter. The thrilling, powerful way I opened that door was none other than my own determination to try doing my life over again. And then, within seconds, that determination took a hard counter to the face. A blackboard eraser fell on me. Plus, there was a huge rock inside. It was a supremely painful trap someone had set up. Oh, come on. Satoko was already beating me right from the first day I transferred. That frightened me. I was bewildered. The class was surprised, too. I wasn't just surprised that the students in the class were all in different grades and were different genders. It was because the room felt completely different from the schools I knew. And as I spent more time with them, my surprise continued to grow. This fresh sense of surprise had never really left my life, even to this day. Every day was a fresh new surprise. I've never had a single boring day since coming here. The days were lively, spent with the other club members. We played Old Maid and cards with scratches on the back to cheat. We let all our passions go wild during our games. We went all out as regular participants in tournaments at the toy store in town, and many, many more things. Recently, during those times, there was the bento competition. It was then. That's when I saw an unexpected side to Satoko. Thinking back on it, I only ate dinner with her 2 nights. It was such sweet, gentle time spent, and it warmed my heart remembering it even now. I realized that Satoko was pretending to be stubborn and firm, and how brave she was. Part of her heart always waiting for her Nini to come home. And I vowed to become her Nini. Satoko may have been nagging and overly critical, but she knew how to take care of someone. But though it might have seemed like she was taking the lead, it was actually her way of depending upon another person. Even if Satoshi and Satoko's lives as siblings were confined by their uncle and his wife, They were still warm, sunny days. Where did those sunny days all go wrong? What mistake was made? Lamenting tragedies of the past would do no good, and I'd told myself that so many times, but I did anyway. Keiichi, isn't that why you chose your own path? Take back that life? Nobody ordered you to do this. You decided it on your own. You don't desire anyone's praise for this. You thought it all through yourself. You'll carve it out yourself. And you'll do it now. This wasn't a path I could see very far down. Not like the road parents or society could offer. It was a narrow path, dark and utterly distressing. One for which the next step would always be shrouded in darkness. But that disheartening path would keep going on forever. It was an unlimited path, and there was nowhere I couldn't travel. The kind of path only available to those able to imagine where they wanted to go. Don't be ashamed at breaking from the brightly lit paved road. In fact, feel proud that you found your very own path to walk. I hadn't discarded the paved road either. Once I achieved my goal, I would go back to that bright road, and then I'd spend those average sunny days in my leisure. Crush. When I next realized it, the hole had grown so deep I couldn't believe it. Did I dig all this myself?
これだけ掘れば十分じゃないか。
I put my shovel into the bottom of the hole. I would drag the body here, throw it into the hole, and cover it up with dirt. Even if it took me time to camouflage it by putting plants on top, it would go much more easily than digging this hole had. I glanced at my watch. It was almost evening, and I hadn't realized it. I may not have felt the time passing, but digging a hole this deep must have taken quite a lot of time. I took a seat on a slanted rock nearby and wiped the sweat from my brow. Now, once it got a little darker, I'd go get the metal bat I hid in the schoolyard. Then I'd make the call to wear him out. And then I'd do it. The number of things I needed to reach that moment were dwindling. I felt that moment closing in on me much more keenly than I did the passage of time. I didn't have any hesitation, but I still felt that contradiction. At every step in this process, I had a few chances to hesitate, to turn back, to let myself lose my nerve. Having to endure those million temptations and wait for when the time was right was an indescribably slow and painful torture. I had thought myself acting all weak because of that, but I stopped midway through. This was okay. It was fine. I could detest that abnormal act of homicide as much as I wanted, and it didn't matter. I wasn't going to be a cutthroat killer after today. I would pass through this strange day and go back to the world I was in before. If I fell to the level of the psychopath who thought nothing of killing, I wouldn't be able to go back to my old life. So this was fine with me. I didn't have to feel ashamed at hesitating to kill, because I was human. It was so funny to me that I'd be the bearer of Oyashiro-sama's curse at the same time I was aware I was human. I exhaled lightly and stood. I concealed my presence and sharpened my senses in all directions, to search for anyone around but me. Okay. Let's go. One step at a time. I would walk my own path. A path no one had forced me to walk.
行くぞ。前原圭一。
The cicadas made an annoying fuss. Their chorus covered up the suspicious noise of me breaking twigs underfoot. And their chorus filled the path far ahead of me, letting me know I would be alone for some time. The cicadas blessed the path I walked, encouraging me with every last ounce of strength they had. The sky was far above. In not even an hour, the veil of night would draw near, and the sky would be tinted with dusk. By that time, the Higurashi would let me hear their chorus in the place of the cicadas. When that happened, would everything be over with? Would everything have ended? I said something along those lines when I left Satoko's fate up to a public agency. But this time, it was different. I would do it. I would carry it out. I would end it. It would all be over very soon. Everything would end. Yes. And the Higurashi cried. Oh shit. He said the name. Higurashi, when they cry, he said the name. Is that like, I wonder, is that like the same thought process that those that get possessed by Oishiro have? Is that it'll all end when the Higurashi cry? There was nobody at school. I couldn't hear the playful voices of children. This was the first time I'd seen the school with such a lack of human presence. Still, I quieted my breath and looked around, not wanting to be unprepared. It had gotten darker outside. It was almost like my eyes could see more clearly now. I made absolutely sure of my safety, then walked to the heavy construction machine I'd hidden the metal bat behind. I had a tinge of worry, a premonition that someone had found the bat and hidden it somewhere else as a prank. If that happened, would I take it as an opportunity to desist? If it really wasn't here, then the sensation of chilled metal, it was still here where I left it. It hadn't run away. Satoshi hadn't run away. He'd waited here patiently for me.
待たせたな、サトシ。いよいよだが、覚悟はいいか?
Through the metallic touch, Satoshi grins at me in mind. That's what I should be asking, you know? I did this last year already. You should be more worried about yourself.
上等だぜ、サトシ。目に物を見せてやろうぜ。
God damn it! No, he said the Sans line. You're gonna have a bad time. God damn it. You're gonna have a bad time. Satoshi's bat got lighter and lighter, and fit into my hands like it was being absorbed. Didn't feel wrong to swing this. Undertale is not real. I could move it around so naturally it was like an extension of my own right arm. Of course it felt like that. Satoshi and I were holding one bat together. Next, I would make the call to lure the man out. It wasn't a bad time for it. My friends were doubtlessly parading happily through the stalls. I hadn't considered where to make the call from. My house and Satoko's were pretty far apart. If I called from my house, I wouldn't make it. Couldn't I use the school phone? But, as I thought, the room was locked up and I couldn't get in. Shit. So naive. Should have at least figured this part out. Couldn't call him. Just for that, was today all over? I'm sorry, Satoshi. Just as I cursed my own naivety, a miracle occurred. A bicycle came into the schoolyard. It was a familiar middle-aged old man. The one from the Forest Service field office. Why? Wasn't today Sunday? Is he here to pick up something he forgot? Anyway, the forest officer went around back and felt around in his pocket and then unlocked the door and entered. Best possible coincidence. It had to be Satoshi who saved me. The metal bat, through just my contact with it, told me this was a chance I couldn't allow to slip by. Sections for the forest office and the school were neatly separated. I felt the man head into the forest office storehouse, which was so far into the back students weren't allowed into it. The door didn't match its fittings well, so it didn't close all the way, and the gap in the door opened slowly as if to lure me in. I took a deep breath and went in. I tiptoed along, silently and stealthily, and made it into the teacher's lounge. That was the only place with the phone. As I held my breath in the teacher's lounge, I heard the Forest Service officer walking back over. Then the back door clattered shut and was locked. I glanced out the window at the schoolyard and watched as the man got on his bike like nothing had happened and rode out the school gate. The school once again emptied, becoming deathly silent. I waited for a bit to make sure the silence was the real deal, then reached for the telephone on the principal's desk. I fished for Satoko's house phone number out of my pocket. Yes, the number in the class directory for Satoko had been the one from their house now, as she lived with her uncle. I touched the dial with my fingers, and then thought for a moment about what to say, exactly when he picked up, despite how many times I'd gone over it in my head last night. Now that I had my finger on the dial like this, it started to seep out of my mind like a cracked bucket leaking water. Simple would be best. More importantly, to say it straight and not sound suspicious. I counted off 3 heartbeats and spun the dial. The call sound. Would Satoko's uncle pick up? Now of all times, the hope that he wouldn't pick up, and the feeling of doom and the knowledge that I couldn't save Satoko if he didn't, whirled around in a vortex. It was the voice of a grumpy man, like he had just woken up. He picked up. Say your name so I know you're Hojo, you asshole! It'd be terrible if I got it wrong. I made up my mind. I had all the initiative on my side. Here we go.
こちらは下根市沖宮警察です。北条さんのお宅ですか？
I was changing my voice, but do you really think I sounded like an adult? Would he believe I was the police?
はい。北条ですけど。
今、お宅のお嬢さんの北条聡子さんをこちらで保護しています。
え？聡子が？ あいつ何かやらかしおりましたか？
He fell for it. I could tell by how tense he was that he didn't doubt my words.
詳しい事情はこちらにいらしてからご説明します。すぐにこちらへ来ていただくことはできますか？
今ですか？風呂に入っちゃったからあんまし表に出たかないんですがね。
What? You don't want to come because you already took a bath?
はい、今すぐです。
すぐ。ったく。貞子のやつ何をしちゃったんですか？
詳しい話はこちらでいたします。ではお待ちしていますのでよろしくお願いします。
ああ。ちょっと。俺、警察署がどこかわかんないんだけど。どこよ、場所。
You moron. The hell? Yokinomiya police station? I don't know where it is either. Aren't you from around here? Why don't you know that? Greasy sweat came over my body. Eventually, just as I was about to choke, he spoke.
消防署の隣でしたっけ？遠いな。
Thank God, he remembered on his own for me. I didn't care where the police station was, so long as he left his house to get there.
ではお待ちしていますので。
俺、警察行ったら誰んとこ訪ねればいいんよ。あんた名前は？
On top of that, he wanted to know my name? Just leave your goddamn house already!
前橋と申します。では失礼します。
It was close. I almost thoughtlessly told him my real name. I managed to change the last syllable of it, but I put the receiver down like I was running away. My fingers were trembling, and I was soaked with a tepid sweat. I wasn't just nervous about the phone call. With that call, everything had finally been put into motion. I left the school. It was locked before, but it was easy enough to open from the inside. But I couldn't lock it again after I left. In terms of being thorough, I wanted to lock it. But I couldn't waste time going back to the teacher's lounge and looking for the key. I needed to rush back fast as I could and ambush him. I zoomed back to the seat on my bike. If Satoko's uncle got out of town before I got there, everything would be over. He'd learned there was no one at the station named Maibashi, and things would get pretty messed up. As I returned at full speed, I passed a family wearing yukatas. They must have been on their way to the festival. Many people in Hinamizawa knew my face, though I didn't know theirs. Even just passing by them like this made me uneasy. I didn't generally come around here, so those living in the area might not have known much about me. That didn't matter right now. I needed to get back as fast as possible, to control my breathing, and to ambush the man. I hid my bike in a thicket and picked up Satoshi's bat, which I'd just left hidden in the shade. And then I held my breath, waiting to see someone. I wondered if he still hadn't gotten here. Or maybe he went right out after the phone call and passed by here already? Couldn't figure out which it was, and was set upon by an indescribable impatience. Calm down, Keiichi. Even if he came here already, he'd pass by on the way back, right? The end result would be the same. It wouldn't change the fact that he'd die. If He'd probably be coming on his motorcycle. How would I stop him then? I figured it would be best not to think too hard and just hit him as he passed or beat him out of his seat. The path was made of pebbles. If I hit him as hard as I could and made him lose his balance, he wouldn't be able to help falling. And then, the chorus of the Higurashi stopped. The sound of a bike approached from far away. I couldn't tell what sort of motorcycle it was from its sound, but I'd seen it parked before, so I'd know. It was getting rapidly closer. It was almost here. If he just went a little farther, he'd cross into the thicket and appear in front of me. I'd take a moment to make sure it was him. Then when I had, I'd put my plan into action. The motorcycle appeared. Few easily identifiable characteristics told me it was Satoko's uncle's bike, without a doubt. Was it really him? Was it really Satoko's uncle? I wasn't making a mistake, was I? I looked at its characteristics again. Its color, shape, and most of all, the man's clothes. And face! Those last feelings of hesitation, I did away with them. Satoko, now, your knee will end it, okay? Closer. Closer. The bike came closer. Let's go. Satoshi! Oh shit. Whoosh! I jumped out of the thicket. I used my shoulder to basically tackle the uncle on the bike with all my might. He gave a dumb shout as his bike completely lost its balance. Finally, it fell, the bike scattering clouds of sand, and after spinning, it stopped. Her uncle tossed to the ground and didn't understand what had just happened, and groaned for a few moments, crouched on the ground. Oh, shit. That was breathing, not laughing. The breathing started to become ragged. No. I couldn't have this emotion. Some weird secretion crossed my brain and nearly made me hallucinate. Her uncle was groaning. That was the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What was I doing? All the sounds in the world cut off. My mental chaos from a moment ago withdrew like a lie, and I could feel the temperature in my head rapidly cooling down. The tension in my muscles all went away like the strings they'd been attached to had been cut. I let my hands dangle at my sides. It wasn't quite like exhaustion. Have you calmed down now? Keiichi? You need to remember again why things got to this point today? Scrape. Scrape. I stepped over the pebbled path, taking one step, another step, then another, towards Toko's uncle. The more I walked, the more my breathing calmed. The more I walked, the more I felt my body cooling, calming, chilling with frost. Yes. At this moment, the sky had lost permission to live. I had just rescinded it. So he mustn't stay in this world any longer. If he lived any longer, Satoko's misfortune continued. It would be my responsibility for having allowed him to live. I could feel the cooling substance going through my whole body, and down to my capillaries. Her uncle was at my feet now, still on the ground like an idiot. I smiled coldly at how ridiculous he looked. That's all it took for it to hurt. Stoko's heart hurt much more. And now, I'm gonna feel that. And with your life, I'll make up for her pain. I erased all unnecessary information from my mind. I prioritized the murder of this man. Execute, execute, execute. Wham! Utterly calmly, I delivered my first strike to the back of his head. I wanted to get at the most effective spots, at least during the first moment. I'd have to attack him while he was at his most defenseless. And if he was hit in the head, he'd cover his head. It was a defensive reaction all humans made like machines. He used both hands to cover his head so he couldn't pick himself up off the heap he was on the ground. Like pounding a caterpillar into the dirt, I hit him over and over. If he covered his head, I'd hit him in the side. If he covered his body, I'd go for his head. If he rolled over, I'd strike his feet, his knees, his elbows. I didn't care where anymore. By just delivering one blow after another, I induced panic in him. I retained my overwhelming advantage, but I hadn't done nearly enough to deliver a fatal wound. Her uncle skillfully pulled himself up off the ground and started to run like a fleeing rabbit. It wasn't a judgment he'd made after seeing my face and deciding whether to fight me. Right now, he was fleeing by instinct, just trying to escape from the threat that had presented itself. A counterattack from the more physically capable uncle was what I was most concerned about. He may have run, but it wasn't all that unlucky. And the odds were in my favor. The uncle didn't run away towards people, but off the path and into the woods. How pleasant that he would run in a direction where nobody else was. He was fleeing into strange geography, like a rat that instinctively runs into tight spots over and over. Yes, he was no longer human. He was a rat. The blood vessels in my leg expanded, and my total oxygen supply increased. I lowered myself to gain the most explosive velocity I could. Without breathing, I became a wind-like shadow, and dashed! Crossed thickets, crushed dead tree branches underfoot, and dove through the winds like a bullet. He ran so cowardly, arms flailing as he went. After catching up to him, I didn't need so much as a blink of an eye to strike him again. My senses, mind and body, were all sharpened purely to kill this man. This was the first time it felt like this. Well, this was the first experience I'd ever had killing someone. It felt natural, continuing to do this for the first time. And that meant I had this much talent for killing. Or perhaps the act of killing was so simple that anyone could do it. I didn't struggle or grow tired at all chasing the clumsily fleeing uncle. No matter how much he ran, it was like trying to get away from his own shadow. He couldn't get away from me. I could easily aim at his back, his shoulder, and his head, even from this unnatural stance. Each time I struck him, he wailed in pain and begged pitifully for forgiveness. But it didn't disturb my mind. I was neither excited nor plagued by hesitation like before. I felt sharp. Felt like a carnivore. Of course, so did the uncle, who was trying to run away because he didn't want to die. He didn't want to be eaten, like an herbivore running with all its might trying to get away. Despite all the attacks, despite all the hits, he kept on fleeing without even staggering. And despite the bad footing in the forest, he impressively never tripped over anything. But there was no need to admire that fact. It was simply proof that he was no more than an animal. If he was chased, he would run. If he was going to be killed, he would run. He bared his fangs at the weak, but couldn't oppose the strong whatsoever. He was lowly, vulgar, a diminutive animal. Such a puny little creature had harmed Satoko. Scar after scar to her body and mind. Deep wounds that might not ever go away as long as she lived. My cold and calm emotions suddenly turned into bestial ones. My personality changed into something specialized for murder, purely to devour the diminutive animal before me. The uncle gave a puny little shriek, covered his head, and ran. I'm impressed by how much you can run. Fine, run as much as you like. I will be your death. I will choose the moment at my leisure. Your legs will hurt. Your lungs will feel about to burst. Your head will hurt from lack of oxygen. If you feel the pain has become worse than death, then by all means, stop any time. Without turning back, suffocating on his terror of the approaching death, he just ran shamefully onward. He ran, but he was chased. His head bashed with the metal bat, sweat and drool flying everywhere, blood clinging to him. From his mouth came the sounds of coarse, irregular breathing, and high-pitched screaming that verged on crying. And pleas for forgiveness to someone. I didn't know who. Each and every second was a second of atonement that I granted him. Now, run! And fall, and moan, and die! Where did you even crawl out of anyway? You were never here before. If you were never here, you never should have showed up. If you never showed up, our lives would still be fun and enjoyable. You would never have gone to today's festival, waited for each other, and gone to the shrine laughing. You would have been playing amongst the stalls right about now. We'd be browsing the strange food stalls you only saw at festivals, trying to get prizes from goldfish scooping, ring throwing, or target practice. Mion would surely make it into a competition, and we, as a club, would have a grand time. And everyone would have been cheering for Rika-chan's dedication dance, and everyone would say how fun it was, and it would give us energy for days to come. Fun, enjoyable, and funny. Warm times spent with friends. And that would have happened. But it didn't. And that was all smashed to pieces! There's no doubt that would be what the world was like if you never showed up! You were the obstacle, the mistake, the hearsay in this world! But I would correct that mistake now. I would erase you and make it so this is the last week never happened. Tonight was the Watanagashi festival. The holy night where taking just one life was permitted in the name of Oyashiro-sama's curse. It looked like the Higurashi stopped crying at some point. When the Higurashi cried, everything would end. And the Higurashi was silenced. Lowly one. The hour of atonement is at an end. The Higurashi have stopped their crying. Thus is the end. The end. The end. The end. End! You don't have to run away anymore. Die! With those dirty brains of yours smashed everywhere! Lightning and thunder struck like an explosion. It was so loud and it shook the ground, and I smelled gunpowder. The response I got this time was cruelly different from the one before. The metal bat crunched into the crown of his head. It was like the top of his head caved in. The bat felt like it was biting him. It had been the final, killing attack that visited him. When I didn't overlook the opening he left as his knees gave out under him. I remained alert for a few moments, and thud, thud. He planted both knees in the ground, and then fell forwards, burying his head in the ground. I've been holding back my ragged breathing. Now it all came out to me like a dam bursting. My head was dizzy and light, and unable to maintain my balance, I leaned against a nearby tree. The uncle didn't try and guard his head any longer. After a disgusting sort of spasm, he stopped moving. Did I get him? Did I get him for sure? I fought back my exhausted urge to fall over where I stood, and drew towards him carefully, bat still at the ready. It was possible he was faking it and trying to wait it out. Should I check for a pulse? I realized right away, though, how unnecessary that would be. If I thought he might be faking it, then I would just have to keep pummeling him until I was satisfied. I fought back my ragged breathing again, and then swung my bat far above and brought it down. Clunk! His body leaped like a bow, but he didn't try and cover his head. Then, once again, I aimed for his head and swung. His reaction was the same this time. After spending a few moments making his head into mochi, the hits gradually started to feel different, and it started to spray a filthy dark red liquid everywhere. That was enough. It was definite now. I had absolutely killed him. There was no sense of accomplishment, nor one of regret. I didn't feel anger towards Satoko's uncle, nor pity towards Satoko herself. Instead, right now, I was feeling like my heart had been stolen by the downpour. It had begun to rain at some point, and how comfortable it felt. The rainwater drenched my body and dripped down to the ground. The excitement within me faded as the rain washed away the grime. In exchange, my shoes were so wet they made splashing sounds. And despite abusing Satoshi's bat like this, it wasn't bent very much. There were a few dents in it, probably from hitting the man, but nothing that would make it seem different from before. Instead, it had been stained with black and red, mud and blood. But that itself would be evidence. The one piece of evidence needed to prove that my delusions hadn't just been daydreams, and that I'd ended Satoko's uncle for all eternity. Alright, Keiichi. Calm your mind. The time for passion is over. Now's the time to be cold as ice. I need to bury the body. But where was I? I'd simply followed the man as far as he ran into the darkness. I couldn't take a guess as to how far we'd run. It was already pitch black around us, and only the light I had to go on was The only light I had to go on was the very faint lights on the road a little further down. It was so dark out. I hadn't noticed the darkness until just now. My vision was so good I could see the man's ugly hairline. I could have counted the pores in his head. It was only now that I realized how much crazy strength I had mustered at that moment. I went over to the street light. I looked up and down the road, desperately trying to figure out where I was.
ここは
Oh no. This was the road connecting Hinamizawa to town. We were unbelievably far from Satoko's house. Had the two of us really run so far a distance? My surprise at that was accompanied by knowledge of the miraculous fact that despite running so far and making so much noise, I hadn't come across anybody at all. It was a long way between here and the ambush location where I dug the hole. There was no way I could carry the body that far. Wait, aside from that, the bike that man took here was still lying in the middle of the path. That would be an issue. The police could tell whose motorcycle it was by looking at its license plate. They wouldn't just leave it at that. Thankfully, the corpse was in a dark forest. In terms of urgency, dealing with the bike would come first. And I wanted to get the shovel back from where I'd left it next to the hole. Shouldn't drag the body there. I would have to deal with it right here. Fortunately, the ground was like mud from the downpour, and it was more sludgy here where I was before. I might be able to dig a grave quickly here. Of course, my bicycle was still over where I'd left it too. It still wasn't over. Homicide had only been half my goal. The other half would be just as important as the first. I would completely hide the body, not allowing a beginning to happen. I would erase the man like he never existed, and regain the peaceful times we had before. I bent my head backwards, and calmed my mind even further. Big water droplets struck my brow mercilessly. They were actually quite comfortable, and for a while I let my desire have its way. After confirming that I was sharp again, I started running through the rain. The motorcycle was in the grass at the roadside. Considering how it looked, pelted with the rain and covered in mud, it actually seemed like it had been lying there for a very long time. The plan was to drop the motorcycle into the swamp. The swamp was a bit of a walk from here. I lifted the bike up. I didn't think it would be so heavy. Oh, shoot. I was a little surprised. But once I had it upright, it was fairly easy to roll along. Still, pushing this thing all the way to the swamp was really not something I wanted to do. I could no longer ignore my exhaustion. It warned me numerous times of how far away the swamp was. This motorcycle. I wonder if I could ride it well enough. Once I got it going, it would basically be the same as a bicycle. Wouldn't it get me to the swamp quickly? The plan suggested by my exhaustion, anxiety at getting on a motorcycle for the first time withdrew. I turned the key, and then you just kick this pedal, right? Yeah! Yeah! Vroom. It's on! And then, I gripped the handlebars, first the right, and then the left. Maybe I twisted them too much. The bike lurched and did a wheelie like an angry horse. I lost it for a second, but it was just a problem with how much torque to apply. Let's try that again. This time, slowly, gently. That time it went well. It was strange to be on a two-wheeled vehicle that would go even if I didn't pedal. Very odd. but I got used to it quickly. Mion once told me you could get a scooter license within a day, and she was clearly right. This is pretty easy. I needed to throw the metal bat into the swamp too, but I didn't know how I'd pack the bat onto the motorcycle. Without much other choice, I stuffed it into the back of my shirt, feeling like a ninja carrying a katana. If I put the tip down the seat of my pants and hunched over, it wouldn't fall out. I got back on the bike, and this time got going without any difficulty. I carefully pressed the button labeled light, and a rather strong light came on, illuminating the way forward. I probably really shouldn't have turned it on, but I didn't have any way of seeing at this point, and had zero confidence I could ride through this darkness. As the rain came down on me, I maintained a precarious balance and inched my way towards the swamp. Along the way, I ran across a few people who seemed to be returning from the festival, but none of them had any interest in me. They were either all soaked through with the rain and hurrying on their ways home, or had their umbrellas low and their heads down. Yesterday I might have been wary of even these passerby, but right now it didn't seem to be much cause for concern. In fact, it would probably be less suspicious to be riding out in the open like this instead of sneaking around. More and more, though, I started to think of that idea as naive, brought on by my exhausted state. I climbed up a steep hill. On a bike, the hill would have put me out of breath, but I just had to accelerate a little bit to climb the entire thing. Motorcycles sure are convenient. For a moment, its lights illuminated a sign before I passed it. Onigafuchi Swamp. Good children do not play around here. Still, it wasn't like the way of the swamp was cordoned off by a metal fence or anything. Parents and teachers would get mad at you if they found you were playing at the swamp, but some of the bad kids in my class apparently snuck out here sometimes to see the giant crayfish in place. They talked before about how to... Oh my god.
Shout out to insert name of ping artists here.
That is Kito Wonan. I have, wait, I think hold on. Could be... Yes, there you go. Please check her out. She's a very great streamer and all that good stuff. She's very polite and very patient with me when I asked her to make the model. So, yeah. Thank you. And thank you, Golden, for the sub. I appreciate it a lot. They talked before about how they'd go to the candy shop and buy some pickled squid and just tie it to a fishing line and throw it, and all the crayfish would come running. For the sub? Just, god dang it. You know what I meant, Golden. Once I got up to the bank, there was a tiny ritual shrine and traditional ropes on one of the trees. And, as it swallowed the downpour whole, the blackened swamp had waited for me. If I slammed on the accelerator from the cliff-like stop I was on now, the thing would fly straight into the middle of the swamp. What's everyone's favorite Subway sandwich? I like a spicy Italian. I had to be careful not to fall in with it. If I drowned and disappeared, man, what a stupid ghost story that would be. On the night of Watanagashi, Satoko's uncle's corpse was found in a thicket by the road leading to town, and Keiichi Maibara went missing. People would whisper that I'd been demoned away. Fifth year's curse would be a half-baked one. I got off the bike and twisted the accelerator as hard as I could. I let go just when it seemed like it would drag me forward. The bike shot off the cliff and was swallowed down into the swamp, leaving a far fainter splash than I had imagined. Its surface was being pummeled by the downpour, and the muddy, filthy water was flowing into it. I couldn't even make out the motorbike I'd just thrown in there. It was pretty heavy after all. It would be quickly engulfed by the soft mud at the bottom of the swamp. It would be pulled deeper and deeper until it reached hell itself. I felt no reluctance whatsoever in throwing the man's motorbike down to the land of the demons, but I did have a tinge of regret about Satoshi's bat. I washed the bat with muddy water, and the gore sticking to it came off easily. I had sort of shared today's events with Satoshi, so I wanted to give it a quiet place to stay. That's how I felt. I started to feel more like returning it to the locker from before, so it could continue to keep watch over Satoko.
サトシ、俺、多分、お前のこと、誤解してた。
Satoshi listened quietly without nodding. I am absolutely convinced now. You were the one who beat your aunt to death last year and saved Satoko. I always scorned you and called you a coward who ran away, but I was wrong. The rest of the world, some deviant was behind that incident, but I know. That was something you did for her. And then, you disappeared. Finally got back that peace, and lost it within days. So, I swear to you that I will live life to the fullest from now on. Live it enough for the both of us. I will live on as though this week, this day, never happened. But, I will never forget the short time we shared together for as long as I live. I didn't know what expressions Satoshi made as he listened, but as someone who had protected the same girl, I felt he had smiled and given me his blessing. And then, a hand moved of its own accord, and the bat I had hesitated to throw away left my hands and flew through the air. Traveled its parabolic path, spinning all the while, and the swamp absorbed it without a sound. There weren't even any ripples when it hit the surface. That surface was tempestuous because of the downpour, and the bat was long gone. For a moment, I regretted having thrown it, but I realized that might have been what Satoshi had wanted.
そうだよな。俺は、まだ感傷に浸る余裕なんかないんだよな。
I would return for my shovel, get on my bike, dig a hole to hide the body, and bury it. It seemed like a simple sequence of events, but I felt extremely exhausted. I had to do it all tonight. Satoshi left me with only the advice that I needed to finish this up soon, then fell silent for eternity, and disappeared at the bottom of the demon's abyss. I returned to the path I had ambushed her uncle on. My bike was hidden, sleeping in the brush. I stood it back up. My whole body felt heavy. But I needed to finish by the end of the day, even if I had to whip myself to do it. Oh, I forgot something. I didn't just come here for my bike. The shovel was here too. Not good. I was zoning out. Every once in a while, if I left my guard down, my vision would almost go black. Pull yourself together, Keiichi. It's still not over. I went into the grove of trees and looked for the hole in which I'd hidden the shovel. Unfortunately, I had hid it deep in the forest, not wanting it to be seen. Now everything was black in the night. I couldn't see anything anymore. I reawakened my fading consciousness and realized just how big this annoyance really was.
おい、マジかよ。
Sweat the rain washed away before came back to my skin. Deep, deep in the forest where the streetlights could never reach. The fact that it would be so pitch black had been completely uncalculated. With this much darkness, even if I had been able to kill him right away like I'd planned, I didn't know if I could still have buried him without a problem. What should I do? I simply couldn't find the shovel tonight. If I forced myself to go deep into the forest, I'd lose my sense of direction and might actually get lost in there. That might have been an exaggeration, but it was fully possible I'd trip over a tree root and sprain a muscle. Alright, my house's storage room. There's a novel shovel there, same fold-up kind. Didn't I go back to the house, get the shovel, and give up on finding the shovel tonight? It's not as though the name Maibara was written on the shovel, but it seemed like an unusual item from an import variety store made in another country, so I didn't want to leave that shovel there. But in this darkness, I couldn't do anything. I should give up and go back to the storage room. And there was an electric lantern in there. If I used that for lights, I could look for it. But it was so extremely dark. Could I light the way with just the lantern? The light of a lantern in this dark night. I couldn't discard the possibility of it drawing eyes. And I doubted if I could find the shovel with the lantern's feeble light. Besides, I left the body there for a pretty long time already. My sense of fear dulled through excessive exhaustion, finally reared its ugly head. Anyway, for now, the most important thing was to hide the body. A shovel being found wouldn't be a big deal, but a corpse? If they found that, I'd share the same fate as Satoshi. First, I'd go back to the storage room at home. Then I'd get the lantern. Now that it's gotten this dark, I might still need light to dig a hole for the body too. And I'd get the other shovel. Then, I'd deal with the body first thing. Once that was done, I'd come back here, find the shovel, and bring it back. I had to. Had to do at least this much, but I was so tired. But complaining was getting me nowhere. If I started getting complacent now, everything would have been for naught. At some point, I had sat down. I gritted my teeth and endured, lifting my heavy hips. The night was young. Of all the nights I'd experienced, none had ever been this long. When would it all end? The night was young. Interesting cutaway. The lights at home were dazzlingly bright. Suddenly, they reminded me of how hungry I was. I checked the clock and saw that it was almost 7. I thought for sure it was 2 or 3 in the morning already. God dang it, soldier. I was surprised at how messed up my biological clock had gotten just from this one night. It was a warm light, coming from the curtains in the living room window. The worlds between here and what was beyond those curtains. So different. If only that man hadn't shown up, I wouldn't have been in that light. I would have been in that light. I'd still be excited from the festival. I'd be talking to my parents about how much fun I had with all my friends. And then, even though they made a hot meal for me, I'd have eaten way too much at the stalls, barely eaten any of it, and gone back to my room. No doubt I'd crawl into my futon and easily let myself fall asleep. But right now, I was completely different. There wasn't a single ember of warmth from those weak street lights. Right now, I was unconnected to any time spent with my family, and there was neither warm food nor the time to allow myself to sleep. My body exposed to the cold rain, I knew that I simply had to spur myself on to accomplish what I must. I realized how timid, how cowardly I was being. For what purpose did I need to kill someone so badly that it was worth feeling this terrible? I'd lost sight of that purpose. I selected the fastest, most fundamental way of saving Satoko, and executed it without hesitation. That man was dead. He was gone. He would never, ever hurt Satoko again. We all thought frantically for days on end about Satoko's problem, and finally, with no options, we gave up. And I had solved it in one night. By myself, without anyone's help. Right about now, Satoko would be making dinner for her uncle, despite not knowing when he'd return, and she might be spending the night trembling in fear of whether he'd yell at her for how he tasted. But her uncle wouldn't come home. She wouldn't have to fear his wrath, nor let him make her feel sad. I see. I did it. Sandwiches are done. Come and get them. Oh, you got a spicy Italian for me? Nice. I successfully saved Satoko. All I'd been thinking about for a long time was killing that man. I'd forgotten the feeling that it was actually all to save her.
そっか。
I did something good. That's right. I did something good, didn't I? I felt hot tears coming from my eyes. And that's when I first realized that the exhaustion I'd been feeling was actually guilt. The blade of guilt, for a while now, had just been scraping away with its tip, hurting my heart. It hurt so bad, I couldn't stand it. It was throbbing painfully. It hurt so much, it was so painful, that I cried. I cried tears of joy at saving Satoko. I didn't know why, really, anymore. I just cried. My tears fell and fell. As I stood there for a while, coming to terms with those warm tears, my heart was comforted a little. Alright, Keiichi. That's enough. There's nothing to regret or feel shamed about. Both my body and mind were thoroughly exhausted, and that was a fact. It was only natural I couldn't feel anything. Even tomorrow, and the day after that, I might not be able to feel anything for a while. But there was the one thing that was true. It was the indisputable fact that I had saved Satoko. One day we would surely be rewarded. One day, I'd be proud of how distressing an enterprise I had undertaken to get Satoko's smile back. And so that I could wait for that day, I had to put the finishing touches on this night. If I left it undone, everything I'd accomplished today would be for naught. I looked back up at the sky, which didn't look like it would stop raining anytime soon. Then, I rubbed my eyes and summoned forth energy from my core again. How long did I plan on spacing out? This isn't the time for daydreaming. Someone could find that corpse this very moment. That pessimistic thought was proof that very natural emotion of fear had returned to me. As I allowed the fear to spur me onwards, I went to look for the other shovel and the lantern inside the storage room. It was fortunate I remembered what it looked like around the streetlight the body was near. With how dark it was quite possible I wouldn't have been able to look for it either. I didn't realize that when I left the place, so the idea of memorizing the spot hadn't even crossed my mind. And that's why I had to call it fortunate that I managed to get back to the body like this. The corpse was now located in a big muddy puddle. Half the thing had already sunk into the swamp like a pool of water. I only realized afterward, but there was an unused irrigation channel right nearby, clogged with fallen leaves and dirt. There was rainwater flowing in from there. My shoes had been awash with water for a long time now, so without any hesitation I stepped into the puddle. Luckily, the whole muddy stream washed it all away. I couldn't leave any slight traces like bloodstains. The rain was like a blessing from heaven. I checked around me, paying very close attention, then turned off the lantern. It became pitch black, but my eyes got used to the darkness in a few moments. And once I managed to reach the street light on the other side, I was able to make out even faint lights. I stuck the shovel into the puddle right next to the corpse. The ground was even looser here than I thought, and the shovel's tip easily slid inside it. I had to hurry and dig. If I took too much time, I might lose my energy and strength again. It felt almost like digging a hole in the sand at the beach. It was easy to dig, but no matter what, the muddy water kept flowing in, covering the hole. But digging wasn't going as well as I'd hoped. I dug, and the water would go in, so I couldn't get a sense of how deep it was. The only way for me to measure it was to bury my own foot in the mud. I'm digging just fine. It's alright. Don't be disheartened. Dig, dig, dig. Of course, occasionally a car would come by on the road, and I'd hurry to hide myself in the trees. Everyone was only passing through. They wouldn't have their eyes peeled in this kind of darkness. I understood it logically, but I still couldn't help but hide. What I was really scared of wasn't quite that one of the cars would coincidentally happen to witness me here. It was that the distance I could spot the cars from was getting gradually shorter. At first, I noticed the splashing sounds from really far away as cars drove through them. I started noticing them less and less, and with the car that just passed by, I didn't notice it until its headlights were upon me. I felt my senses growing duller by the second. If someone were to take a peek in secret, as I was burying the body at the worst possible time, maybe I wouldn't even notice. The moment I thought that, I took a good look all around me. I roused all my half-asleep senses and searched for signs of presence nearby. What if I found out someone was spying on me from the trees? A carnivorous feeling snarled at me, glaring. If there was, I would dig another hole. I'd come this far already. In order to achieve perfection, I didn't care how much more I had to pay. I didn't know what kind of face I was making at the time, but it was definitely a fervently glaring one. My 5 senses reached a conclusion, but nobody was present. I didn't breathe a sigh of relief. How long had I been digging this mud out of here? It was deep enough for it to go up to my knees. Maybe this was enough. Maybe I'd throw the corpse in as a test. I swallow, getting my breathing under control. Despite how much I'd beaten him, I was afraid of touching the corpse. So, instead, I dragged it by the feet to the hole. It took more than just a waggle and a tug to do it. But of course, it did. Considering this man's weight was easily 80 kilograms. I rallied all my strength and dragged him. At this point, my groundless fears that he might suddenly start moving again had vanished long ago. His body fit perfectly into the muddy hole. It was more than deep enough. Alright, let's bury him. Quickly, quickly, quickly. If I did a perfect job of burying it here, everything would be over. I would hide it in the hole and none of this would have ever happened. When I realized I only had a little farther to go to finish everything, I was racked with pointless anxiety, like I was in a race against time. It was like I was absorbed in a delusion, that if I didn't bury the body quickly, it might come back to life. In any case, in a great rush, I poured mud and dirt over the hole. If I didn't work efficiently, someone might find me here. Until now, I figured if someone saw, I'd just kill them, but not anymore. I was arrested with such absolute fear that if someone saw me, it would be all over. As I finished the work off, it was a total mess. Splish, splash, squish, squash. I drew the surface of the shovel across the ground and trying to make it flat. I was completely covered in mud at that point. The rain washed away the mud off my body, but not off my now blackened clothing. My body and mind were caked with panic, with fear, with rain and sweat and mud. My shoulders heaving, I threw down the shovel and sat down in the mud. I was so exhausted. I wanted to lie down right here and sleep. It was over. This time, for real. It was over. The man was now in the bottom of the wet dirt. Right this moment, there were traces that this place had been dug up, but the rain and flowing muddy water would completely cover it up, all within moments. Yes, it was over. And then I fell over backwards, face up in the mud. Raindrops pelted my face without mercy, but I didn't care. After staying there for a while, resting my mind, I got up again. It was over. So let's go home. We already buried the whole thing. So now it's like it never happened. It never happened. So there's no reason for me to stay out here and get rained on. I wobbled to my feet. I wouldn't use the shovel anymore. I considered disassembling it, but I didn't have the strength in my absolute exhaustion. I didn't really need to take it apart anyway. Dragging the shovel behind me, I headed towards the light. I stood up my bike. It had been laying on the grass by the road. I didn't know how I was going to get the steel-assembled shovel into the front basket. I put the shovel down the back of my shirt like I'd done with the baseball bat. Unlike the bat, the corner of it was on my back, making it very painful. Plus, if I relaxed my posture even a little, it would fall out behind me. I ended up having to carry the shovel in my left hand and ride my bike using only my right hand. Not only was I in a state of total exhaustion, this was a downpour. One hand on the handlebars. I was swaying to and fro like a drunk. But I didn't care. Even swaying like this, I got a little closer to home every time I pedaled. I saw two lights swing slowly in front of me. A car was... Oh no! The car was approaching. Oh no, I need to get out of the way. And far away in the shadows of the darkness, a car appeared. Its dazzling lights washed over me. The driver made a short honk of the horn to inform me I was in the middle of the road. I have to get out of the way. I kept telling myself that, but not only was I riding one-handed, I was exhausted, so I couldn't do anything. Wobble, 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 wobble. I meandered about, not going to the right or the left. The driver decided to swerve out of the way right in front of me, and without lowering its speed much, steadily came towards me. Its outline grew larger in my vision, telling myself again that I really needed to get out of the way. I jerked the handlebars in one direction, then lost my balance and fell over, bike and all. My whole body splayed out, and one foot got caught in the bike. This was seriously bad. My drowsiness quickly vanished, and just as a cold sweat broke out on my skin, the driver recklessly spun the wheel to the left and made a counterclockwise U-turn, and came right up to me and stopped. The driver's seat door opened, and the driver came out. "You idiot! What are you doing here?" I was pretty sure someone would yell at me like that.
あらあら。
Oh shit.
誰かと思えば。
Oh no. It was a woman's voice, and one I knew. I lifted my face off the ground and looked at her.
高野さん。
こんばんは。
Psst, Golden!
月の綺麗な夜ね。前原くん。
It was raining far too hard to see the moon. Takano-san unfolded an umbrella and smiled as she spoke. The smile was for some reason uncanny, like she'd seen right through me. No! Don't listen. No one gets to know anything about that. Out of all the people I could have met, I got a feeling that this was the one I wanted to see the least.
こんな時間にどうしたのかしら？
Oof!
傘もささずに全身ずぶ濡れの泥まみれで。
Golden, what the fuck? No! That wasn't at all what I said. Don't pull that shit. I said it was... Oh my... Fine. The bear rant was... I said it was ridiculous that a boy, Yuji, at the time, he was a small boy, was able to, like, fight off a bear and drive it away. That was it. That was the whole rant. That was what I was upset about. There you go. Thank you, Golden, for dragging it out of me by lying about it. Whatever. Okay.
それは何？シャベル？
Yuji a Giga Chad, though he could totally do it. Oh yeah, for sure. She had come here via car. She wouldn't have known what I was doing. And yet, she smiled as though she knew everything. Calm down, Keiichi. She always makes that mysterious-looking smile, remember? Don't let her on to anything, lest you dig your own grave.
噂じゃあなた、ゴルフクラブで野球に参加したそうだけど。そのシャベルも、つまりはそういうこと？
Yeah, for sure!
傘の代わりってわけかしら？
Yeah. I should tell a good lie here. If I could just do that, things would work out.
レナと宝探しにダム現場に行った時にこれを忘れてきちゃったんですよ。
それをこの土砂降りの中取りに行ったわけ？
He had a rage boost.
家を出た時は降るとは思いませんでしたので。
あら、振り出したのは結構前よ。あなたずいぶん前から表にいるのね。
まあ、ほっつき歩いてましたから。
それにしたって。あなた、向こうからこっちに向かってきたんでしょ？ダムとは場所も方向も正反対よ。
Oof! Why didn't you just say he was using it as umbrella, bro? Takano-san was clearly aware that something exceedingly abnormal was happening with me. And as she played her little word games, she was enjoying driving me into a corner. Maybe she had a vague guess, just from the situation, of what I'd been doing. My timing really sucked. To run into her, of all people, of all times. At the very end, I could only be frustrated at my terrible luck. I'd done so much, and in the end, it didn't even matter. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. And the end was literally right around the corner. So why at the very, very end, did I run into her of all people? What do you do, Keiichi? You're still holding something that could be a dangerous weapon. Hold on, I gotta take a whiz real quick. Okay, sorry about that. I was holding that in for a while. Okay. Will you silence Takano-san? Even if it would be simple to kill Takano-san, dealing with the car she'd come in afterward would be an issue. I couldn't drive a car. It's completely different from a motorbike. But even if the car was here, as long as there was no proof I killed her. Yes. Tonight's downpour, without any prior planning, all by coincidence, a hit and run. As long as I didn't drop any handkerchiefs with my initials on them, they would never know I killed her. Black flame quietly smoldered and raged in the corner of my body.
怖い顔。いじめすぎちゃったかしら。
Takano-san started to laugh by herself, and thankfully stopped talking about it. But the dark clouds in my mind didn't go away.
それはそうと。
I got to go. Mochi, friend from college, started his stream. Oh, is it Sanchino? Or what? I think that was the name of the channel. But no problem, man. I hope you enjoy that stream. Tell him I said hi too.
いつまで自転車にまたがったまま地面に這いつくばってるつもり？
Yes, it is Sanchino. Okay, I figured because I thought I saw a notification like that a little bit ago.
そろそろどいてくれるかしら。
If I moved, she would leave. So I tried to get the bicycle up and out of the way, but then twisted my ankle and fell over. There's a sharp pain in the ankle that I twisted. This is nonsense. Sprained ankle now?
あら、大丈夫？ひょっとしてひねっちゃった？
Takano-san squats down and takes a good look at the ankle I keep rubbing. She compares it to my facial expression, apparently trying to gauge how bad the wound was.
立てる？
I didn't expect to, but I couldn't even stand up. It was all I could do to shamelessly wriggle on the ground like a caterpillar. Takano-san looked at her watch, then at her car, and after thinking for a moment, opened the passenger seat door. And then gave me her shoulder to stand up with.
家まで送るわ。なんだか私が跳ねたみたいで嫌な気持ちだけどね。
すみません。
見捨てるのも気の毒だし。私が優しい人でよかったわね。
Nobody good has ever called themselves a nice person, but that would have been a terrible thing to say to someone holding me up like this. I took Takano's hands and sat down in the passenger seat. Takano-san went around the back and looked at my bike on the ground.
自転車は後日ってことにはならない？
I could clearly tell from her face that she thought it would be a pain since it would be heavy and it would get her car dirty. But my bike has the name Maibara written on it. I couldn't leave it out here like this.
なんとか車に詰めませんか？ないと困るんで。
トランクはもういっぱいなの。後部座席なんかに積んだらシートが泥で汚れちゃうわ。まあ、あなたを乗せた時点でもう十分に汚れてるんだけれども。
I turned back to the back seat and see someone's folding bicycle there already. It still looked big enough to fit my bike in there as well. My expression reflected my thoughts, and the exact thought seemed to get through to her.
わかったわ、わかったわ。積んであげる。今夜だけはお姉さんも優しくしてあげるわ。
Best girl Takano, that's what I'm saying, bro. Takano-san continued with her mean jokes, but she hoisted my bike and loaded it into the back seat for me. The mean jokes were one thing, but couldn't she do something about that eerie smile of hers? And even more importantly than the bike, I didn't want to leave the shovel here. The shovel could be directly connected to the buried body and to me.
ついでで申し訳ないんですけど、シャベルもお願いしていいですか
？Takano-san gave me a clearly dubious expression.
シャベル？別にいいけど、大事なもの？
The more I talk, the worse it gets for me. That's how I felt, so I didn't force myself to answer her. Eventually, outlasted by my silence, Takano-san gave a short shrug and sighed.
はいはい、わかったわ。
Literally, all you had to say was, "Yeah, it's my dad's," and I really don't want my dad to know that I lost his shovel. Please get the shovel. There you go.
僕はシャベルがないと困っちゃうんでしょ？そんな怖い目しなくてもいいわよ。
Takano-san brought over the shovel that was lying in the middle of the road. I clutched it like I'd never let go of it again. Takano-san watched me with a puzzled look.
じゃ、行くわよ。前原くんのお家って、あの前原屋敷でいいんでしょ？
なんでみんな、うちのことを前原屋敷って呼ぶんですか？
だって現にお屋敷じゃない。お金持ちが羨ましいわ。
As she spoke, Takano-san pulled the handbrake and stepped on the gas. After making a skillful U-turn using the shoulder of the road, she steadily increased in speed. From the rearview mirror, that accursed place seemed to melt into the darkness.
慣れた？
え？あ、すみません。よく聞こえませんでした。今、なんて？
Takano-san suddenly tried to say something to me, but thoughtlessly I didn't catch it. Looking ahead, Takano-san said the same thing one more time.
したい。
Oof!
上手に埋められた？
I thought my heart might beat out of my chest, but I didn't let it show. But my lungs were squeezed tight and I couldn't breathe.
何を言ってるんですか？
こういう山奥に死体を埋めるときはね、結構深く掘らないと野犬とかが匂いを嗅ぎつけて掘り返しちゃうことも多いのよ。野犬が加えてた人骨で事件が発覚。警察一帯を山狩りへなんて結構ないことじゃないのよ。
Pound, pound, clang, clang. Huge rusted bells started ringing in my head. I buried it so deep that I could say it absolutely wouldn't be found? The answer was no. I was in such a rush to bury him and get it over with that I couldn't deny having possibly buried it too close to the surface. No, wait. That's not... Wait. Anyway. This woman... How does she know? She had just passed by her in her car by coincidence. We ran into each other by coincidence. If she had been watching the entire thing from the trees, and once I left, she came back in her car? It didn't make logical sense. So then, why? Keiichi, that's it. You need to kill her. My entire body reawakened and I could feel my pupils dilate. I couldn't possibly beat her to death with the shovel in such a small car. Then I would use my hands and strangle her. But she was driving right now. If I strangled her, we might get into an accident. Then suddenly, Takano-san turned and looked at me.
ボケもツッコミもなし？
For a moment I was surprised. What was she talking about?
私たちあんまり相性は良くないみたいね。
Huh? Takano-san said, disappointed, returning her gaze ahead. I repeated the words she'd said a few times in my head and finally realized what she'd meant. She'd meant it as an off-color joke. I don't know whether it was really a joke, but I wouldn't be able to fool her, no matter how many lies I told. Right now, with her driving the car like this, I couldn't kill her. I'd have even a hard time doing it when we got back to my house. The moment we met, that had been my best chance. And to have missed it so easily, it hurt. After that, Takano-san didn't say a single word. The car was completely buried in an almost suffocating silence. What kind of woman had I run into? With everything that happened today, I managed to pull it off, and at the very end of it all, I just had to go home and go back to sleep. What bad luck. As my sleepiness gradually overtook me, the anxiety I felt steadily started to matter less and less. Is this alright, Keiichi? You probably should not leave this woman alive. Right now, I'm tired. She stepped on the brakes and I jerked against my seatbelt. That woke me up. I thought I must have fallen asleep by accident. I looked out the window and there was a big building with faint lights on. It was really dark out, but I knew immediately it was my house.
今、ご家族を呼んでくるわね。少しの間だけど、一人でお留守番できるかしら？
バカにしないでください。それに、ほら、もう大丈夫です。一人で歩けますから。
あらあら、さっきは痛そうな顔して肩まで借りたのに。ひょっとしてお姉さんに甘えてみたか。
My man Keiichi. As Takano-san spoke, she left the car and opened up her umbrella. The sound of falling raindrops was fierce as always. I carefully reached down and rubbed the ankle I'd twisted. There was still some pain and a little weirdness, but they weren't that bad anymore. Rather than being happy about how light the wound was, I first regretted this whole thing. If I hadn't twisted my ankle, I could have still taken the option of killing Takano-san right then and there. There probably wasn't much doubt that Takano-san was convinced I was involved in some sort of crime. She knew about everything happening with Satoko, and she might have even guessed I'd killed somebody. Click. Takano-san opened the passenger side door for me.
本当に肩は必要ないかしら？もう一回だけ甘えてもいいのよ。
I ignored her and answered by getting out of the car by myself. The rain was still pretty intense. I got my bicycle out of the back seat. I was a bit curious who the other bike belonged to, but that didn't matter right now. I let Takano-san hold the umbrella over me, then pushed my bicycle up to the front door.
ありがとうございます。もうここまでで大丈夫です。
My ankle hurt so much earlier, and it still did, but it aggravated me that it hadn't even been that bad. It was really, seriously terrible luck.
じゃあ、私はこれで失礼するわね。前原くんと二人きりで夜のドライブだったなんて、みんなには内緒よ。特に二郎さんにはね。
Jiro-san? Oh, she meant Tomoitake-san. I suppose she calls him by his first name. His full name must be Jiro Tomitake, then. And then, the other bike, the folding one in the back seat that I didn't care about at first, suddenly came to mind. Hey, excuse me, you're from Hinamizawa, right? On the day before yesterday, as I walked near the dam, half asleep, Sumitake-san had talked to me. And the bicycle he'd been riding, it was...
あの後ろに積んであった自転車、富武さんのですよね。
Takano-san's eyes, I think they sharpened for a moment.
どうしてそう思うのかしら？
以前に会った時見てますから。フレームも特徴的でしたし。
でもおかしくないかしら。この自転車が二郎さんのものだなんてことありえると思う？
おかしいって。
Takano-san, her hair elegantly fluttering, peers into my eyes.
だってひなみ沢には民宿なんてないのよ。なら二郎さんは町に泊まっていることになるわよね。
Golden, aren't you supposed to be hanging out with your buddy?
そうなんですか？
I'm now on mobile and laptop. Oh, alright.
まあ、そうならそうなんじゃないですか？
町からひなみ沢まではとても歩いてなんか行き来できないわよね。
Two devices. Right.
バスだって走ってないし。せめて自転車くらいはなきゃね。
Alright. I mean, thank you. Like, I appreciate it. She didn't need to tell me that. That's why Jiro-san was riding a bike.
その二郎さんの自転車が私の車に積んであって、二郎さんは私の車に乗っていないならおかしいじゃない。二郎さんはひなみ沢で自転車なしってことになっちゃうわよ。二郎さんを放っておいて自転車だけが私の車に積んであるなんてね。ありえないでしょう。
As she spoke, Takano-san made eyes like a hawk. Unfortunately, I didn't really understand what was so odd.
それの何がおかしいんですか？高野さんは富武さんとは仲がいいんですよね。何かのようで自転車を積んであげたって別におかしいことだとは思わないですけれど。
そうじゃないでしょう。つまりこのひなみ沢において二郎さんとその自転車がバラバラに存在することはありえないということなのよ。以上の理由からこの自転車が二郎さんのものであるわけがない。理解できたかしら？
Takano-san's roundabout way of talking was hard to comprehend, but that eeriness, I could feel that vague dreadfulness. I didn't like it at all. But the most wild instinctive part of me warned me not to pry.
あれは私の自転車なのよ。二郎さんに選んでもらったからセンスが似てるのは間違いないけれどね。
あ、そうだったんですか。道理で似てると。
私とあなたは今夜出会わなかった。
Hello, Genji. Did they both kill somebody? Hey. So wait, no, hold on. So wait, did Takano kill Jiro and... Huh. Mommy. I'm not gonna lie, Takano is pretty mommy material. Huh. And now she was talking about something completely different.
何を言ってるんですか？
私とあなたは今夜出会わなかった。
I stayed there, not knowing what to say, and Takano-san repeated her eerie, succinct phrase to me again.
私とあなたは今夜出会わなかった。私とあなたは出会わなかった。
Something cold and unpleasant crawled up my spine. I knew, because I'd killed a person with my own hands before. I came to the conclusion that I only had one chance to beat this woman to death to keep her quiet, and I couldn't hesitate, so I could tell that she'd arrived at the very same conclusion. My instincts warned me again. Wish I'd never met this woman. Hey. Hello, let's see. Singo Amberwolf. Welcome to the stream. How are you today? A faint sense, like a rotten smell, drifting from this woman. It was no doubt the exact same sense that I was giving off right now. A very peculiar aspiration, the lack of uncertainty at taking a human's life for a purpose, one that only those who have risen above everything had. Actually, maybe I should have called it a nausea. It meant, and I didn't know how to explain this very well, but Takano-san was the same as me. In other words, someone who shouldn't have been here. Someone I couldn't have let anybody know was here. Someone who nobody would have wanted to see. And now that we could calmly pretend as though we never met. Yes. Which meant that, just like I wanted to have nothing else to do with her, she didn't want anything to do with me either. And she too wanted to make it so we'd never met. Both of us wished for the same thing. Our desires were the same, which meant Takano's suggestion was extremely practical, and that I couldn't outright refuse.
それでいいなら、そういうことでもいいです。俺と高野さんは今夜出会わなかった。
Damn, dude.
そうよね。
I trust her. It's singe like I used a lighter to singe the end of a rip. Oh yeah, I said I couldn't see that. I was like, I glanced at it. Okay, yeah, that's singe, not singo. I don't know why I said singo. That's clearly an E. But yeah, sorry about that. Welcome to the stream. So I'm guessing I can call you Singe, or would you prefer Amberwolf?
あなたにとってもその方がいいでしょうから。
どうしてそう思うんですか？
いちいちうるさいわね。
Oh no.
それくらい自分で考えられないの、坊や。
Uh-oh. Just take her at her word. Be like, yep, we didn't see each other. Alright, I'm on my way. She cut me off with the condescending word, boya. Right in front of my house, in a place most unsuited to killing. And yet, there was a frozen thirst for blood coming from both of us. I would be killed right here, right now. Yeah, and I should have definitely beaten her as we passed each other. A damp, greasy sweat broke out on my body. That's fine. If you want me, then you can come any time. And when I made up my mind, she shook her hair elegantly and turned on her heel.
よかったわね。私が優しい人で。
What was good? How? Because she was a kind person? Was that it? I didn't get it. Takano-san got into her car. We didn't exchange any words of parting. I had performed a massive feat, the killing of Satoko's uncle, and yet I didn't feel any accomplishment. On the holy night of Oyashiro-sama's curse, on which the taking of another's life was allowed, on the terribly rainy night when the demons wandered as agents of Oyashiro-sama's will. I'm cool with whatever you feel comfortable with. I go by Singe, Amber, Wolf, Wolf, and also the whole name. Anything is fine. Okay, I'll just go with Amber Wolf. That sounds like the most. Yeah, I'll just go with Amber Wolf. But I hope you're doing well today, and thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Demons were never supposed to meet, but suddenly they did. The demons parted ways triumphantly. There was no reason for them to fight. Both their objectives had already been accomplished. With the rain hitting me like a waterfall, my eyes met with Takano-san's through the car window. The female demon, her mouth twisted into a distorted, fearless smile. It was too late to kill her. Far too late. I'm doing okay today, minus the hellish heat here in Cali. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Not too bad today. I've, what did I do today? Woke up, grinded some Dokkan and Pokemon Masters, got some Walmart food, and then came home. And now we're just reading Higurashi. Where we're at in the story, we had just killed Satoko's uncle. And, yeah, that was an intense scene, but I'd say I'm doing pretty good. Oh my god. Man. The very first moment we saw each other had been my best chance. And now that we had parted like this, I was acutely aware of it. I should not have let her live. She beeped her horn quickly, then her car drove away into the deluge. The one woman who knew what really happened tonight disappeared from the dark. As long as she was alive, this night would never really end. Just get into an accident, I thought to myself. In this downpour, slip on some mud or something and fly face first into a tree. Die. That wasn't a delusion, a wild flight of fantasy. It was an earnest wish. Yes, it was a command. Die. Die! Keep your mouth shut for eternity. Because I have no doubt you're wishing for me to die all the same. My curse upon her faded emptily as Takano-san's taillights disappeared into the utter darkness. Her car's lights were completely out of sight now. Even the sound of the engine faded into the sound of the heavy rain, and was inaudible now. I, too, turned on my heel. To draw the curtains on this insane night. To open my front door and end it all. I began walking towards the front door. I was covered in mud, and I made a squishing sound with every step I took. Squish. Squish. Don't worry, Keiichi. Squish. Squish. She'll die. Squish. Squish. Her end will be as miserable as she is. And I'll throw her into some flames alive and let her dance until she's burned to a crisp. I'll burn her to ashes in the fires of hell itself until she's roasted as much as she deserves.
そう願うぜ。本気でな。
Squish. Huh? Just now, I hadn't taken a step. And yet, a footstep. Without emotion, I turned around. There was a footprint that wasn't my own. And it was obvious someone else was behind me. Was somebody else there? I was sick of this. Whoever it was, I was sick of everything tonight. This time, I would kill them. I'd kill them without a second thought. I wouldn't hesitate to turn around and dig another hole. But, fortunately, there was nobody there. I wasn't going to have to kill any more people tonight. This night, I couldn't handle any more of it. Even if I heard an extra footstep each time I stopped, I put it down to me just being tired. Pet the bear. Oh, well, thank you. God dang, dude. I'm gonna guess that's the end of the subchapter. Pet the bear with a brick. Well, that's just mean. Fire from hell, victim of the 5th year. Oh my god. That was fucking crazy. Oh my god. Whew. It was like, it was incredibly disturbing how like detailed, like the raw emotion and just all the little details of how he killed him was just, Alright. Let's read these tips. Fire from hell.
Hi, もしもし。救急ですか？消防ですか？
消防です。
火事ですか？事故ですか？落ち着いて話してください。
多分火事だと思います。こちらは中部高速の柿内サービスエリアなんですけどね。裏の山からなんだかすっごい火と煙が上がってるのが見えるんですよ。
は？
あんなところ誰も立ち入らないからなんで火がついてるのかよくわかんないですけど、とにかく連絡した方がいいと思って。山火事にならないとも限らないし。
わかりました。すぐに現場を確認しますので、そちら様のお名前とすぐに連絡のつく電話番号、それから火災現場の詳細な場所をお願いします。
So it caught on fire? Was it a...
消防司令部より通達。G ブロック西側山斜面にて不審火の通報あり。街道から離れていることから、カップルの焚き火か不法投棄のゴミに放火したかの可能性があります。現場は深い森林地帯。周辺に民家はないが延焼の可能性あり。直ちに現場を確認されたし。
I'm currently drawing 2 of my friends' models as animals. I've already done so for 2 other friends. It's fun to do it and it makes me happy that they really like them. That's so sweet. I'm glad you enjoyed doing that, and I can tell you as someone that when I got my model, my PNG model from the person that I commissioned it for, I was extremely happy. So you just doing that out of the kindness of your heart, I guarantee you that it elates them to no end. And that's awesome. I really admire artists and think they deserve a lot more love than they get. And that's awesome. I'm really glad for that. I'd love to I'd love to see the drawings if you're okay with sharing them. We have a Discord. Hold on. You can join the Discord and share the drawings with us. We'd love to see them. I'm sure they're amazing. Thank you for the hydrate, soldier.
こちらは G ブロック第3消防分隊です。通報の現場にさっき到着。
Wait, did Takano's car blow up or something? Like Keiichi had actually wanted? I would like to share them. I will do so now. Alright, thank you. I will take a look at them after stream, and actually, you know what? I could just look at them now. Actually, never mind. Let's see. Which channel was it posted? Burning oil jar. Don't tell me Takano died in the exact same way she did last chapter. Dude, no. There's no shot. Oh, I see it. Amber, that is Amber Wolf. That is so good. Oh, those are cute. Oh, I love those. Oh, that's amazing. You're a really good artist. Oh my god, I love that. Thank you for sharing.
火は鎮火しつつあり、延焼の可能性はなし。で、ドラム缶の中に多分人じゃないかと思うんです。人らしきものが灯油か何かで焼かれたという感じで。
Yeah. Takano died in the exact same way, I guarantee it. If you want, I can do one for you too. I would love that. I would absolutely love that. You don't have to, but I would. I would adore that. Thank you so much. It's just super fun to do, and it makes me happy, and to make others happy. Oh, thank you. I would love that. Thank you so much. It would be my honor to receive art from you.
警察の人にも連絡した方がいいんじゃないかと思いまして。
Yep, that's Takano.
間違いねえよ。
Yeah, thank you for Wait, Amber Wolf, do you stream? Hold on. Let's see. I don't see any videos, but just in case you do, I'll drop you a follow. Oh wait, no. This is either Takano or Tomitake. Although I'm pretty sure it's Takano. Damn. Well, that's that. Victim of the 5th year.
今年のたたりってことっすかね。
そういうことになるんですかね。毎年いろんな殺し方を見せてくれますが、今年は特に際立っていますね。
自分で自分の喉をかき破るなんて、普通じゃないっす。
I did it for a bit, but since I've been sick, I haven't been able to. I debuted on August 1st. Want to see my PNG? Yes! We would love to see your PNG. Thank you. Did we shout out Gingy? Oh my god. We better do that just in case. I think I forgot. Thank you for reminding me, Golden. Oh my god. You don't have to. No, it's a necessity. we support everyone here, but Amber Wolf, we would love to see your PNG. And don't ever worry about like self-promotion or anything in my channel. I completely support it. Like anywhere in all my socials. Wait a damn minute. What?
あとは鑑識のじい様に任せましょう。きっと何かの怪しげな薬物を検出してくれるに違いありません。
Fuki overtook me on bit donation. Oh, yeah, she did.
お疲れ様です。
You better just leave it at that.
お疲れ様です。
It's not a God dang it.
I got some jelly beans. You like jelly beans?
I do like jelly beans. Thank you so much, Golden.
あ、おいさん。小宮山さんたちが到着しました。
大石さん、お疲れ様です。今年は一等来てるのが出たらしいじゃないですか。
裏を書かれました。私はてっきり、今夜死ぬのは北条鉄平だとばかり思ってたんですがね。
No shoot.
仏は何者です？
富武二郎。年に何回かひなみ沢に来てる趣味の写真家さんです。
I'm telling you, Tomitake, and Takano, they cannot catch a break. Every chapter they're getting killed.
ノーマークだったな。
どうなんでしょうね。北条宅にずっと張り付いてたのがバレて、ターゲットを変更したとか。
かなぁ。恨めったな。
で、北条鉄平の方は何も問題なし。
Just post. Oh, yeah. Let me go check that out. Let's see. Oh my gosh! That's adorable! That's adorable! I love that! Oh my gosh! You are a really good artist. Oh my god. Oh, that's amazing. Wait a minute. On one of these PNGs you posted earlier, that sun tattoo in the forehead, would that happen to be from One Piece? I feel like that's like the tattoo from One Piece. That could just be me being a One Piece Overload fan. But yeah. Hold on, let me do something real quick, guys. Gotta find this. Alright, did I post that last? I do have that in here, don't I? Where would it be? Where should it be? Okay, here it is. Alright, sorry. I had to go find that stuff. It's for my friend Shingo's model. The sun tattoo is on the chest model, but I got the green light to put it on the forehead to make it visible. Oh, I see. Did he find the One Piece suit?
ねえ、夕方頃に娘が祭りに出かけて、その少し後にバイクで出かけまして。先に娘が帰ってきて、あれ？まだ帰ってないかな？どっかで飲んだくれてるのかな？
大石さんいらっしゃいますか？高杉課長からです。1号車の無線にお願いします。
So they're not on Decaichi as of just yet. But I think I am going to go ahead and call it there for today. God dang. That was intense. Just that whole chapter, that whole section. God dang. Hopefully we'll be able to finish the chapter 3 tomorrow. But, man. Like, I don't know. Like, that kind of messed me up. Like, seeing, like, just all the pure raw details and all that stuff. God dang. We are going to be rating Ark if he is still streaming, which I am pretty sure he should be. Let me double check. Yes, he is. My boy. He's still streaming. Okay. No, not of Earth. Okay. Already have an image in my head for your drawing. Oh, that's awesome! Thank you so much. I am super excited to see it, Amber Wolf. But okay, let's so this is the raid message. Raid of all time, and we are raiding Arcanum VT. I almost typed TV again, like I always do when I'm rating a VTuber. I don't know why I always do it, but I always want to type TV. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me pull up his channel. Alright. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with me, and thank you so much for Amber Wolf coming in, joining and hanging out with us. We really appreciate you. And I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.